Good morning, my fellow Canadians. How are you doing this morning? We're in Whitby today. I'm going to just check and see if you guys can hear me okay. If you could comment and let me know. So here we are in Whitby today. We're here to support Constable Erin Howard, who is set for trial. I have a feeling that it might be set for 10 o'clock because I've been here since 8:30. It is now basically 9, and we don't have a Constable Erin Howard that has showed up unless she got here before 8:30. So that means it might be kicking off at 10 o'clock. So I see it looks like we have a couple people here that are watching. Can you comment if you can hear me okay? We'll just getting to read some of the comments someone put here. So good morning, everyone. Glad you could join us here this morning. I think we might be the early birds. I have a feeling we read the wrong poster that said we were kicking off at 10 o'clock. Thanks to I here that had some comments in there. Hi, good morning, Amy. How are you? Hi, FJT. Glad you could join us this morning. We are here in Whitby. As you guys know, Constable Erin Howard has her trial set here for the next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we've come out to show some support. As you can see, there's a few people starting to show up now that are getting some flags ready to let her know she's not alone. I don't think Constable Erin is here yet. Unless she got here before me. I got here at 8:30 and there was a couple vehicles here. I was hoping to get here to see her on her way in, and but so far nothing. So I'm not sure exactly when her trial is supposed to begin. Maybe it's appearing, I'm thinking that maybe it's 10 o'clock. So I'm eager to see if the judicial system here will throw out the case. I don't think that's going to be the case. I have a feeling they're going to set an example of our dear friend, Constable Erin Howard. Good morning, Steph. How are you this morning? Are you working hard? Are you supposed to be working hard anyways? Glad you could join us. Not sure exactly how long the court case today is set for. I'm thinking maybe 10 till 4. Like I was saying, I don't think Constable Erin is here yet. I was trying to get here early so I could see her on her way in. If she tried to sneak in ahead of the freedom fighters here. Trying to work. Well, don't work too hard. Take her easy. It's Christmas. It's the month to relax. Well, hopefully we will see the constable get her case thrown out of court today. So fingers crossed that there's still some common sense going on around here. I don't know if you can see, we've got our security team in the back of the truck there, sticking her head out that little window. Okay. She wanted to come and not stay in the hotel room, so we've got a hotel room here for the next couple days so we could hang out and not have to do a 2.5-hour drive each day. There you go. You can probably see her now. Hello, I. Thanks for your comments this morning. I was just reading them. Would be nice to see the power get turned off. There has to be some kind of turnaround here, because in the direction that we seem to be heading doesn't seem very positive. Got you on the tripod today. I'm sure it's going to get pretty loud soon once all the horny freedom fighters showed up. I already heard a few of them entering here this morning, making their presence known. We don't have any police escort here yet this morning. making me think yet again that it might not be starting till 10 o'clock. I did notice on my way in the police were going code red somewhere with all their bells and whistles going, so maybe something's taken higher priority, but I'm sure once the court case gets started, we'll have some police here to make sure everybody behaves themselves. Well, so far, as you can see, the clouds here are very gray. It was raining this morning when I first woke up, taking the dog for her morning walk, and it was wet, but fortunately now it's dried up a bit. We met Sherry here this morning. I don't know if anybody you recognize the vehicle, but she's got that quite decorated. Someone's just mentioned, I was just mentioning there's a convoy this morning. Is that your handle, I? Or is that an L? I don't think I've ever saw a handle so brief I can actually read it. But yeah, so apparently there might be a convoy heading today, or when were you thinking that convoy's happening? I know there's a convoy Saturday. Yeah, we've got an I. Hello, I. Good morning, and thanks for your comments this morning, giving me something to read. I actually just noticed them a couple minutes ago. Yeah, I know there's a convoy happening Saturday. Oh, the 11th. Yeah, so that would be Saturday, I think. Yeah, there's definitely different convoys happening here and there. I have a feeling somebody's coming over to say hello. It might be Chris, I think. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Right on. You gonna keep your drone away from me today for safety keepings? Where it hit you, anyways. Oh, I don't think I'd want to get one of those blades in the eye. Oh, okay. Expecting a big crowd here today? You've been so busy freedom fighting, you getting a little hairy? Oh, your winter beard? Oh, okay. I can't grow a good bushy beard. I'm full of bald patches. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what do you think? Big crowd today? Are we set for 10 o'clock then? Well, I got here at 8:30, and there's been no Erin Howard here, I don't think. Yeah. What? You were here last time, right? When it was do you- I thought they left the time I was here in a black car. Yeah. Oh, okay. On the way out. Yeah. Because when I got here, the white truck, the black car, and the gray car were here. Well, yeah, I thought they might try to sneak in ahead to. Yeah, my drive's 2.5 hours. But I came last night. Sorry, what was the question? Well, I don't really have a home yet. I'm in London, and I'm searching for a home. and yeah, so I came yesterday and got a hotel just by Crappy Tire over there. So it's like almost I can almost walk technically. Well, I could walk technically, but I'm expecting rain. It was this morning. Oh well, that'll be pleasant, so the camera doesn't get all wet. Where's the wife today? Working? Somebody's got to get the money, eh? Yeah, that's really smart. Having just the having keeping the budget really low, and then you guys can take turns working and. Oh wow. Huh. Yeah. Who's that guy? He was eyeballing over here, and so that's Chris, guys. I think you might have spoken or watched his channel before. Just going to read some of these comments here. I'm thinking we're going to start here about 10 o'clock. I think I've only noticed the one suit and tie show up so far. So, and he's staring over here, having a good eyeball. I'll show it to you. Oh, he just disappeared inside as soon as I rotate the camera, of course. Let's see if we can zoom in on this guy. Eyeballing us over here. So this is our first shirt and tie guy. So we must be getting closer. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we must be kicking off at 10 because, like I said, no air in here yet. I don't believe, unless she snuck in super early. So I'm assuming the inquiry is still going on, or is that all done now? Did they finish off with Turdo? And did anything come out of it, or will anything come out of it? I'm assuming it was just a theatrical show. Let's take a little walk around, show you who's here, what's going on. This car here is the one with the most graffiti. Thanks, FJT. All over, and as I would imagine, nothing was going to come out of it. Just another way to spend our money. Give us the pretend like it was actually going to make a difference and that they're being transparent. Transparent, my butt. Everything's propaganda these days. Oh yeah, I got to bring the security team. She'd be going through anxiety if I left her at the hotel all day. No. Yeah. Yeah, we're on YouTube. You're on YouTube. We have to let as many people here as we can get, right?
Exactly. Let them know. Yes, what's happening. Exactly. So, oh,
So you've come out to show Constable Erin Howard some support today?
yes. Each time I will come here, but today I'm just waiting. Like each time I will take some videos, put on um, YouTube or Telegram.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are we going to get rained on today? Oh, here comes our first police car. So here's our first, we know stuff must be getting started because the police are just showing up now. And there goes another shirt and tie. So yeah, we must be getting close. It must be 10 o'clock and we must be getting close.
Can I get inside, indoor?
Go ahead. Find out.
Really?
Go try.
Okay, try.
So there's our first police. So we know we must be getting close now to 10 o'clock. I guess I was correct that the trial's going to start at 10. You always know stuff's about to hit the fan when the cops show up. These guys are going to go try to go in and see if they're welcome. I have a feeling they're going to get kicked out. I don't think this is public friendly. Let's see. No, they're getting turned away. They'll let you know. Oh, if you can go in. Well, I'm pretty sure I know the direction. So yeah, so the lady inside said they're, they're gonna wait until the boss, the judge, says if they're gonna let the public in or not. No, I have a feeling she's just leaving it with family. Well, she's gotta try to get her job back, I guess, and not get found guilty. No, she was doing her job. Yeah. No, I agree with you. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough numbers, enough police that were willing to risk their livelihood, you know, so they don't get any surprises. So they don't. So you can't sneak in the back way. It's last time they had a cop car there. This time, I guess they're a little short on staff, or they're feeling cheaper.
I think today we know some answer or result because today's Thursday, right? Tomorrow or after tomorrow,
Thursday, yeah.
right? Yeah, Thursday. Maybe tomorrow.
Well, maybe today he'll just get thrown out of court. Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to set an example of Constable Aaron, so the other police officers won't. No, they can't have the police stepping out of line. That's for sure. Good morning, sir. We'll be nice to them. Maybe he'll let us in. So good every morning, everyone that just joined onto the stream. We're here in Whitby, showing support for Constable Erin Howard, who has trial, as you know. She's has 6 charges against her. Hopefully, all 6 will be getting dropped with some common sense. But as you know, of course, that's not going to be the case. I believe they'll be setting an example out of her to make sure all other police officers don't step out of line. Sad but true. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That cop, I'm assuming, I don't, it's hard to tell really. You've got someone was just mentioning whether they thought that cop that I said good morning to is supportive of Constable Erin Howard. And it's in one way it's kind of hard to tell really whether he goes home and thinks, "Damn, way to go, Constable Aaron." Of course, he's not going to say that out loud and on the job. He's got a probably family and bills to pay, so the old saying of just doing my job. And here we have Chris here doing his great job of getting that flag waving. There we go. Bringing some good content. Way to go, Chris. What was your channel again? Second Class Canadian. There you go. So Chris has got basketball fans giving you a shout out saying, "Go, Chris, go." Thanks, basketball fan. Second Class Canadian is his channel. Does a lot of. He's got a drone that he is able to get some footage of. It's pretty neat. He let me try it one time, but I crashed it. So we're not gonna let me try his drone again. So as you can see, there's some few people showing up here, which is awesome. Um, this one here that just showed up, I think. Let's see who this is. Let's take a look here. We're gonna try to capture if and when Erin shows up, which I guess it shouldn't be an if, should be a when. Um, but we'll capture it on. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them here on the camera. Oh, I think that's her right there. Because I could have swore it was a black car one last time. So let's see. Do you know what time it is, sir? Oh, we're not even close to 10 then. We've still got a long time. Okay, who's that over there? Oh, no, that's not her. That's a worker. Oh, there's first person not happy they can't drive around the building. So the police officers have put on their pylons there so you can't drive around the building. So that way, I guess they can't be surprised at who's coming in and who's leaving. Well, yeah, only that way. Look at these guys having a little standoff. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't hit my truck. So we're having a little bit of issue with the parking lot here. That gentleman in the gray car is having some serious troubles operating his vehicle this morning. Seeming a little frustrated. He couldn't drive around the circle. There we go. Yeah, so I'm assuming the trial definitely starting at 10. Wow, this guy is definitely frustrated. He almost ran over that guy. Crazy start to his day. Let's go see if we can come over here and get a good angle. Definitely people are starting to show up, so trial must be set for 10. I think this is Chris's car here. Oops, sorry about that. Trying to keep an eye out for if and when Constable Erin Howard shows up. Not seeing her yet. Who? We're not allowed to be near them. Who's that? Oh, who is that? Oh, that's that. So there's Clay and Erin right there. Good morning. Good luck. So there we go. This is Constable Erin Howard and her alleged husband. I didn't know it was her husband though. I thought it was her fiance. Good morning, Phil Pressey, and you're welcome very much. Yeah, I don't know if it's her husband. I thought for some reason somebody else said fiance, but I'm glad this gentleman pointed out who it was. But there they go with their mother and father. And there they go. Hopefully everything will go well for them in there today. And let's go get confirmed their vehicle this time. So now I'll know for next time. Because last time I could have swore they were in a black vehicle, but this time they snuck in a white and black Nissan. There we go. Yeah, hopefully Erin will have a great day in there today, and maybe they'll get it thrown out if there's any kind of common sense left. Well, we got them in there. They're here now. Oh, okay. No, he's over there. Chris is. This is Chris here, and he is second class citizen. He's the one with the hat there with the beard. Wow, minus 36 in Alberta. Holy Toledo. Thanks for sharing, I. Yeah, I don't know if what he's doing, if he's going to get his drone up and shoot a little bit of video or not. I'm assuming he's going to wait till it gets really horny here. I brought my earmuffs in case it gets too loud for me. Last time it was really loud. Oh, do you? Well, I moved away from you because I get YouTube will be taking my video down. Oh no, do your thing. Don't. I turn this on because this will. I won't hear your music. Um, if this is on, this is generally this hardly even picks up you. Yeah, I'm sure people can hear you. I think, but okay. Well, here we go. We've got someone here. Minus 28 in Edmonton. Minus 36 this morning. Holy crikey. Well, you guys can have that. It's going to be about 4 degrees here today, is what I read this morning. So let's take a walk around. I don't know if she was waiting for me. Oh, oh yeah, she was waiting for me to tell her my channel name, I think.
And his name is Paul. Paul, tell me where you're at.
Canadian Free Living.
Canadian Free Living. Look him up on YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. And you can
Streaming live.
right here, right now, while we're here.
Hey, tinfoil hat. Good day, sir. Someone wanted me to come say hello. So I don't know who it was, but they said come say hello. So nice to meet you. My name is Paul. Canadian Free Living's a YouTube channel. Uh, yeah, that's what someone just said. So you've been at it for quite some time, have you? And you got your protection on? Pretty insulting, isn't it? Yet he stands behind. Yet he stands behind protesters. Unless it's in his backyard. Oh, I do. I do. I'm with you 200%. The fact that our prime minister runs around saying that go ahead and protest COVID all you want, as long as you're not in Canada. you know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Do you think there'll ever be a time that there's going to be some accountability? Who's they? And executing who or what? Oh, okay. Really? So who's they? Indonesia? Yeah, facts matter. Don't get me shut down for misinformation. Well, I hope that if you can tell me who, what, where, and when, that would be fantastic because I'd love to hear it. Unfortunately, right now, what we get a lot of times is a lot of I hear a lot of things and I believe nothing I hear. To be honest with you, and I don't mean any offense, but it's just so hard to believe anything that you hear anymore. Unless you see it right in front of you. You know. Oh, it was. You talking about what I call D-Day then? Yeah, I know. I was right. I was behind her. No, no, no. I didn't know anybody at that time really, and I didn't notice. I didn't notice you. I was too busy caught up with what was happening. I'm not new. That kind of stuff was new to me to see. What was going down. All ever saw was that kind of stuff on in China. Not here in Canada. So as a Canadian, yeah, oh yeah, China 2.0, or we're actually just trying to learn from China. I think we're yeah. And what do you think about Trudeau saying to the Chinese protesters and to China that there'll be strict consequences if the Chinese government comes down on their protesters? How hip? How hip? What? Quite the hypocrite, though, to be saying that there's going to be, stern consequences for coming down for the CCP to come down on their people. But yet our government can come down on our people, and that's okay. It's okay for us to steamroll them with horses and tear gas, but if the CCP does it, we better come down on them, with sanctions. Yeah. Do you think he? I almost went to the Cami plant yesterday in Ingersoll because that's where him and Ford were going to announce. I heard they announced the end of that gas vehicles being produced 2035. No more new gas vehicles, only EV. And I was gonna go, but and I've been looking at some of the stats of the new hydrogen vehicles that are coming out, and it sounds like they are way better than electric. And yet our government was just announcing how they're going to be giving all our money to these electric companies. Yet it looks like there's a whole new technology that seems way better. So we should be looking more, in my opinion. It's an ignorant opinion. He, Tesla's starting hydrogen as well. So like, let's not be behind the times. Yeah, let's not be behind the times. If hydrogen is going to be the way to go, then yeah, but it's going to be, your $100 version sounds way better. Should I move that camera for you? It looks like it's bothering you. Oh, that's okay. People don't want to see me anyways. You want to say hello to everyone here real quick since they were talking about you? Erin Howard. Cheers. Yeah. So I second that. If and Constable Erin Howard or Erin Howard does watch some of these videos, which I'm not sure if she would or not, but then absolutely we're here to support, and we thank you for what you've done, and we thank you, Mr. Tinfoil Hat Man. That's a mighty big pole you're packing. All right. So that was an interesting chat. I don't think I've ever met Mr. Tinfoil Man before. So thank you for whoever said to go say hello. Oh, you're welcome. Please let me know when there's when you see something. Maria, I believe that you're absolutely correct. They will be making an example out of Erin. There's no doubt about it. I have a feeling, and I hope I'm wrong, but I have a feeling her career might be done, and she is going to be looking for a new job. You know, Mima Flowers, I was looking there this morning what her charges were. Let's see if we can find anybody here that knows what all six charges are. Something's unbecoming of a officer. I think that's one of the charges. Um, I'm not 100% sure what they all are. We'll definitely see if we can. Someone here might know what they are. I know Joe Thorne, who's not here yet, because he's probably one of the horniest of individuals. You'll see. We'll know when he shows up because he's a pretty horny guy. We'll hear him probably when he gets a couple blocks away. But let's see if we can find someone that knows what the charges are. I don't know if you guys with the mic will carry this far, but we're going to find out. Good morning, gentlemen. Sorry to interrupt. Do you know what the charges are for Constable Erin Howard? Does anybody know what the? I know there's. I think I've heard there's six. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I thought something unbecoming. I heard that, but I wasn't sure. And I tried looking online this morning to find out, what all six were. But that's what I've heard. Yeah, I'm not going to bet on that or anything, but that's what I thought I heard. I'm going to keep going around the crowd. Maybe someone here's got something in there. Thanks, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you again. You came prepared, did you? Got your chair? No, I've been in London trying to chase the mighty dollar again. Back to working. So I spent 7 months, I think, 6, 7 months floating around. But was I here when they did what? The mask. Wasn't that in Windsor? Is that what you're talking about when they went to Windsor to do a convoy to protest the masks? Yeah, no, I didn't go to that. Um, Apparently, from what I heard, the police thought they were going one route, so they closed off a whole bunch of ways trying to. It was apparently what I heard was Windsor was just a terrible place to try to drive due to the fact that police had everywhere blocked off and the convoy was not planning on causing any kind of problem from what I heard. They were just planning on doing a drive through. And because of all the blockades from the police, it just wreaked havoc. And of course, they're going to blame that, any Main Street media camera is going to blame that on the convoy itself, not the police. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there should, as long as they don't break the law, not injure, not hurting anybody. No, of course, no. Definitely not. Oh, tinfoil man's approaching the police. Oh, no, of course not. He's, no, it was just a theatrical show, the whole inquiry. Absolutely. Yeah, eh? Are you, is that your poll? Is that your poll? Are you compensating for something? Well, you can see mine. I've only got a little 12 incher. All right, so it doesn't seem like we're going to find anybody that knows what the charges are. I wonder if my audio was still working way over there. I have a feeling it might have been. So I think someone's going to be playing the Zoom link for the audio from the courtroom on a Bluetooth, so we might all be able to hear that. I am not supposed to be just reading through the comments here. God save our planet. I agree with you. We need more police like her, not less. Police that believe in our rights and freedoms. Can you imagine if the police were on that side of our. I'm just going to go over here, guys. There's a cop here coming to talk to us, and we always like to hear what they're saying. Media? I didn't think so. Why? Do you know why that is? Like, why do courtrooms not allow recordings? I've always wondered that. Oh, okay, just some confidential stuff. I've always been curious because, of course, there's cameras in the courtroom. So you're saying they're going to allow 15 people, 15 public seats are available? Standard. Yeah, that's pretty standard. And then and do you know how long so if someone goes in at 10 and sits down until they're like, is it a 2 hour until there's a break? Is it all day? Yeah, I would have thought they might have a little break for grab some water and take a pee or something. And I'll take one, please, if you don't mind.
says it starts at 10, but sometimes with like lawyers chatting and things like that, it may, you know.
Tomorrow same thing, 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it may the link may open up right at 10, but you know lawyers may have a chat and stuff like that first. Like
if it's our time, that'd be surprising.
honestly, I don't know.
It's court, so
I don't know how QR codes are created or individualized, but
Yeah, we've been here.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, certainly appreciate you guys coming over and talking to us and making this available.
Because sometimes people are wondering what's happening. Like 10 o'clock rolls around, and people think the statement's starting, and something's going on secretly. Like
I don't know if one partner told you, but if anybody is wanting to go inside, they can just line up, and then they're going to give like a 15 kind of minute warning of their discussions and whatever, and then we'll start to finish.
And on the rest of the 15 people, how's your community with overpass flag waves?
What's that?
How's your community with overpass flag waves?
In what sense?
Well, stand on overpass and order flags.
Same.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's the point. All right, thank you.
Well, again, thanks for coming out and talking with us.
If anyone needs,
unfortunately, like there's
I will offer this around and I'll let them know. Thanks again. So yeah, you're allowed to go sit inside if you want to. Hello.
15 people, right? I think it's allowed.
Yeah, 15 people. They're going to give a 15-minute notice, but once you're in, you're not allowed to come in and out, and you're not allowed to broadcast it or record it on your phone.
15 people are allowed to go in. Would you like to go in? The only issue is you can't come and go it. You can't come in and out. Whatever.
And he said they're really comfortable chairs. That's what the officer
I
mentioned.
know you'll stay calm. Would you like to go in? Okay, so you can't come and go wherever.
Well, fortunately, we're getting some nice weather here today. We're not getting rained on. I came totally prepared to get wet. It's kind of surprised that the officer came over and spoke with us. Let me see if I can just level out this camera a bit. That's a bit better. Yeah, so here you guys go. Here's the Zoom link. Go ahead and capture that QR code and watch it for us and let us know how it's going on. I'll see if I can. Oh, it's probably way too fuzzy for you to see that link there. I didn't bring my laptop. Otherwise, I could have posted that in the comment section or down below. But yeah, hopefully we'll hear somebody here. I think though Sherry mentioned that she's going to be playing it on her Bluetooth speaker, so we might be able to hear what's going on. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to rebroadcast it, but we'll do that anyway. So someone was talking about EV cars. Just catching in on the comments here. No, I'm pretty sure I heard from the announcement yesterday. I didn't quite catch everything, but the announcement yesterday at the Cami plant was that after 2035, there'll be no more gasoline fueled vehicles, new gasoline fueled vehicles being made. And the government's going to be donating our money to these car companies to start making EV vehicles. But meanwhile, from what I've been hearing, the hydrogen vehicles seem to be kicking off really large in the market and seem to have a way less charging time. Good morning, Geo, than the EV. So the hydrogen vehicles might be the way of the future. Not the EV. Like the problem with the EV is the batteries, with how much mining needs to be done to get the minerals for the mining for the batteries. There goes your offset of emissions because those mining vehicles will never be used, never be using battery power due to the amount of power required to drive those vehicles. So you're not going to be getting those running on battery. Everyone's standing in for a photo over here. So that's the current problem. I think what I keep hearing about the EV and the thought that they're going to save the planet, but yet I forget one dozer can use 10,000 liters of fuel in a day. All right, there's our freedom crowd. And the batteries aren't living long. Oh, Mr. Green Thumb. I think they're already done the photo. Here, I want to get into. Sorry if I was blocking you guys. I didn't realize who I was blocking. Someone was just mentioning Mr. Green Thumbs. Get in there. Get in the photo. Good morning, Mr. Green Thumb. How you doing? I actually made a freedom calendar for next year. I think I've got a couple left or a few left. And Mr. Green Thumb, I think you might be in one of the photos. So if and when I come back to Ottawa, I'll if I still have well, I know I'm coming back in February, but if I still have a calendar left, I'll definitely give you one because I think you're in June's picture. So when I was in Ottawa, and if you remember, it was a Friday night, and the Ottawa Freedom Fighters were going for their hike, going for their walk, and we all paused for a photo in front of the Ottawa sign. I'm pretty sure I put that photo in the calendar. Oh yeah, hopefully everyone will be able to all meet up and see each other in February for Freedom Convoy 2.0. I would highly suggest you get there early though, because don't try to show 2.0. Let's go. Don't try to show up on Friday because I'm pretty sure Mr. Trudeau is going to have the whole area closed down and it's going to be terribly hard to get in. I'm going to show up on Thursday or even Wednesday and get myself into the red zone so that way I can get in there. Nice little crowd here today. Yeah, February 17th to the 21st, I think. FJT going to come to Canada for that. That'll be fantastic. Come find me. I'd like to say hello. You've been on so many of the streams and on the chat room. Definitely like to say hi. So just watch for the live stream and then see where I'm at and come find me. I'll give you a tour. And maybe Mr. Green Thumb can give us both a tour because he is one of our Ottawa freedom fighters. Definitely Trudeau will be, from what I've heard, they're already planning on how they're going to handle Freedom Convoy 2.0. So that should be interesting. I'm just pretty sure they're just going to blockade the red zone, the no vehicle zone, the vehicle restricted zone. So soon as Friday comes, when all the workers head home, that is when they'll set up all their blockades, I guess, is what I could probably expect. I'm just going to do a quick pan of the parking lot here. Not much to see in it, but I'm going to pan it anyways because my battery cable is getting twisted around the tripod. So we're just going to untwist it a little bit. This white van that you see here, we're on a bit of a hill here. He goes to the Brampton and the Mississauga rallies on Sunday, where they all meet in the corner. I think the back of that guy's van has hundreds of flags. Sorry about the angle. Absolutely, Mr. Green. Just because they're going to keep our vehicles out, definitely not going to keep the people out. Um, I don't know how many people will be showing up. Hopefully, there'll be a lot more than there was before. Of course, Trudeau's not going to be welcoming us very much.
Just read a sign on the car that I found quite interesting.
Which car?
One that's all signed up about
Yeah,
sheep need to be fed information. Lions.
yeah, that's true. That's a good one.
Where's the difference between lions and sheep?
Yeah, sheep need to be fed information, which the government's great at giving them all the propaganda they want, and then the lions go out and hunt it.
Hunt down the truth.
Yeah, well, there you go. I guess we're lions then, because
We're here looking and searching for truth every
yeah,
day.
yeah. Because I tell you, what you find easily is probably fake.
Mm-hmm.
What you've got to dig through to find.
Grab your pen. Take a look at that person's door over there. She has on the sign about the backs injuries and what's gone up.
I went over a car when I first got here,
Okay.
so if you watch the
Backs
video
and
tonight, you can see I went on the one side of her car. I'll do the other in a minute when I'm done my coffee. I'll go check out some of the graffiti.
I truly like things like that.
No, it's nice. I was talking to
Especially
Sherry.
back.
I was talking to Sherry. That's whose car that is. She is right in the middle there, and I was talking to her this morning, and she was telling me how she's had a bit of vandalism on her car. They broke her flag off her antenna. They've the car with all the graffiti there, and they've poured paint on her car, and they've ripped off a few of her stickers. Because I asked her, I said to her, how much trouble you get for driving around with this vehicle, how much grief you get. And she said, well, not nothing from the cops. I don't get pulled over or nothing, but people. She said, I've been vandalized quite a few times.
Ottawa is quite conservative still, and we're working on waking them up now. A lot of freedom fighters have been spending their time in the middle of a field called Parliament Hill, and we got to get these freedom people off the hill and out into public eye. The officers in Ottawa have been pretty hard on a lot of the members in Ottawa. Some even got beaten up on the street and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, I met. I was when was I in Ottawa last? I don't know, about 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. And I spoke with a few of them. And I made a freedom calendar, which I meant to bring today. I made 10. I've already given away 7, but it's just with all the photos I've taken this year of different things that have gone on. And I was Mr. Green Thumb was just chatting in the chat room there. He's from Ottawa and an Ottawa freedom fighter. And I was just mentioning to him that the one night I went with the Ottawa freedom fighters on the Friday night walk around, and we all took a photo in front of the Ottawa sign.
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm pretty
Red
sure
Sheep Friday.
I put that in the calendar.
Yeah.
So I'm actually pretty. I like the cal. I think it's pretty neat. Um, and I've got one shot. I think it's July or something where it's got the tear gas going off on us.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, I've read in different articles from different mainstream media propaganda channels that there was no tear gas used, but yet I've got
Oh yes.
photos of
Oh
it.
yes.
Good
Yeah. Rubber bullets.
morning. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good day. Welcome. Welcome.
So yeah, I thought that there would be some people interested in a calendar. So I thought, what the heck, I'll make a few and
Good
hand them out
idea.
to people like you that have been fighting. Mostly, I've just been giving them to the people that have been out here every day, freedom fighting. Let's see who we got here. We got a Ty coming over. Where is he going? Looks like he's looking for someone. Good day, sir.
Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm Andy McKay. I'm counsel for the officer. Yeah. And are you Tino? Oh, Tino? Are you Tino? Okay. You've been asking all the questions. So, just to let you know where this matter is going to proceed today. We've got a joint position. It's going to be resolved. What will be most helpful for any disruption. And I know that nobody's going to disrupt anything, and as I just wanted to confirm that there will be no disruption no yelling, be peaceful. You know, everybody understands and respects your rights, and no issues with that. But as
Respect the
counsel,
process.
respect the process. That's exactly what we like. All right. So I'm not sure. This is a small hearing facility, so it's gonna. There's not a lot of room there. They got an overflow room.
So tell them to talk right and be everything okay.
Yeah.
If they will talk badly, we will make noise.
Nobody's gonna be speaking badly.
So just to reiterate what you said right at the start, you said this might be getting dealt with today.
It is. Yes,
It is getting dealt with
is
today, so you don't
being
expect
dealt
this to be going into Wednesday and Thursday.
not at all.
Not at all.
It'll be done in the next hour.
It'll be done in the next
That's
hour.
that's our hope. Yes.
Oh,
And you're counsel for Erin Howard, you said,
Yes, I am.
and your name was
Andrew McKay.
Andrew McKay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you.
And do you expect here? I'm going to try to get a pre. Do you expect a positive outcome?
Well, it's a joint position, so
Sorry, I'm pretty lame. What does joint position mean?
it's the prosecution and Constable Howard to come to an agreement.
okay.
Interesting.
It
Okay.
has to be put before the hearing officer, and the hearing officer makes a final decision.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. So yeah, guys. So when we go in,
Well, Andy's asking we behave ourselves outside, so not unlike last time when we were really horny,
oh, I see. Okay.
because they can.
That was the state.
Yes, they don't want to be disrupted. And last time, the 15 people are allowed in. So they said they were going to line up. They give us a 15-minute notice when they're about to start. And then the first 15 people, there's 15 chairs available. So how did you make out in your race? Second. Oh, congratulations. I wish I could have done more. So, well, how many people were in the race? So just for anybody who's watching the stream, I'm just talking to the, what was your name again? David Shaw, who was going for mayor of Mississauga, and there was 8 going in the race, and you came in second. So this was going to be our freedom mayor of Mississauga, but he lost by, do you know how many votes? A lot of votes. I got to be honest with you. I found it really disheartening that the freedom movement wasn't getting behind you as much as I would have liked to saw it get behind you.
But if it's not out there, maybe that's the agreement. Nobody knows. That's the biggest issue. Legacy media is proving to be a huge roadblock to everybody who has a freedom voice.
Well, you know, if they've got one, if they've got a main source of pay coming from one area, meaning the government sponsoring their channels and their livelihood, of course they're only going to push that narrative. It only makes sense. It's disgusting. So much for, basically, how does that make an election fair? Really, it doesn't. It,
There was no media coverage from any of the other Southern people, and there was all over mainstream media for this or that. So she was being promoted in her running, and none of the others having 7 candidates really connected with until like election day.
well, mighty kind of you. Thank you.
Had a good run. It was experience.
So, are you going to try again?
We'll see. I've still got the contacts and everything. That's 4 years down the road. Personally, I'd like with all that's gone on and the real truth, I'd
No, there's many mayors and people in parties that should be resigning.
be investigated.
How do you feel about, since that you're somewhat involved in the political aspect? How do you feel about Daniel Smith? Do you think she's paid opposition or?
I like what she's saying.
or attempts to do.
attempts to do what she says, without roadblocks. If she does that and does what she says, our country is heading in the right direction. And we need 10 more like her,
Absolutely.
in this country.
Well, maybe some more will follow her if she leads the example, sets the example. Because, quite frankly, I put more faith in her than I do Pierre Polyev. I think he would is what I would call paid opposition that is just going to tell us what we want to hear. Would you agree, or do you feel he is the answer to our problems?
Is he the answer to our problems? I don't know if he's the answer to our problems. But he says a lot of the right things.
That he does.
Now we've had that in the past from our politicians, and once they're elected, they do different things. But he's saying the right things, and he seems to have some support from other conservatives in his party who I like. Uh, if he does what he says and ends the mandates, if they get elected, they're talking a spring election now. That's been thrown out there. And, if he's going to end the mandates and end all this, that would be perfect. Because this is what all the candidates for leader said in the debates, that they would end the mandates. So, if he gets elected, let's hold him to that.
Oh, here comes the lawyer for Aaron's lawyer's coming out again. Yeah, he came out here basically asking you to keep it down.
You're the guy that was asking all the questions. So whereas they've got a room with 15 chairs in there, and that's all they have, right? So if you want to pick your 15 to go in there, that's fine.
The 15 that go in have to stay in there, though, right? There's no come and go.
Yeah,
No,
it's just,
they create mess. So don't even think about this. Go and
yeah,
go
it would be
and
nice. It won't be that long. So
when somebody start to listen, this should be listen to the end. So
So it should be over by 11 o'clock.
what time is it now?
10:07.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there 15
That's
people
her.
here who would like to go in and sit down?
yeah,
Just raise your
David,
hand.
No cameras though, right?
No cameras, no recording.
No recording, no cameras.
No flags, no signs.
No flags, no signs.
Well, that's
15 people that want to go in for an hour?
All right, so Aaron's lawyer just came out to let us know that there was 15 seats available for anybody that wanted to go in. Thought we was going to come out and say something a little bit that we didn't know, but so it is against the law to publicize the court. It's and what happened when they started the last one, and we were on the Zoom link, and I had this on the Zoom. First thing they said was it's against the law to repost this communication. And I don't plan on breaking any laws. I am a peaceful protester.
Well, this is the thing. We have to do what we're going to do within the law.
Absolutely.
Even though they're still changing the laws.
Oh, to suit their narrative, you mean?
You know it. It is a moving target, and we are trying to do this peacefully. But you're going to move enough laws. It'll make it very difficult.
No, you're absolutely correct.
And I think that's why.
So yeah, they're going to be starting off there pretty soon, as you guys have heard. It looks like this might be all set and done today, which will be. It sounds like that'll be a good thing. The prosecution and Aaron's have agreed on something, and Norman making me laugh. Yeah, some kind of plea deal, some kind of agreement has been made to get this out of the courts today. So that should be interesting to see what's going to come of that. I was trying, as you know, as you heard, I was trying to see if I could bring you guys in with me, but not allowed. Oh, Mr. Green Thumb, you're going to take a ride with the tinfoil man. What to here? You're going to come down to here? Well, that's pretty interesting to see that that they're going to come to a conclusion today. For me, I've booked another 2 nights at the hotel room, so guess I'll be doing some sightseeing here in Whitby. Wasn't planning on that. Everyone's lining up over here to go inside. Not too bad he didn't come down. It looks like it would have been a long drive for nothing, though. God save our planet. You're right. I have a feeling I'm going to take a guess that she's taken some kind of plea in order to get her job back. The charges are going to get dropped to something where she'll be allowed to go back to doing her job again. And I'm pretty sure she's learned her lesson and she definitely will not be speaking out again. So that means one more officer will be back on the other side. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. We were commenting that hopefully, more officers would be able to stand up for freedom and do fight for the Constitution that they swore an oath to, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be too likely. I think it's going to be more likely that hopefully I'm wrong. I just think that she might be making a deal in order to get back to work, which of course I can understand. Um, Wrecking your resume over a few comments has got to be, pretty impossible thing to do. Yeah, I don't know where they did get their lawyers from, but I'm assuming you're right. They must, that lawyer that came out must be doing a good job. I guess, well, let's not say that yet. Let's wait and see what this plea deal is. Let's see if it's going to be something positive. Are all the charges going to get dropped? Does she have to do some kind of statement where, she's going to come out and state, hey, well, I was wrong to do what I do. I could see if that was the case, the propaganda cameras being here for that and get her to state that she was wrong for what she did. I hope not. I got to try not to be a pessimist here. Stay positive. Stay positive. Good morning, Leaf Nurse. I agree with you. Silencing her is wrong, but it is what they're going to have to do because they're definitely not going to want other officers stepping out of line because they're the ones with the guns and we can't have them on the freedom side. As you know, Trudeau's game plans to get rid of all the guns. So the opposition's going to have sticks to his police force and can't fight guns with sticks. So, I can't see them in any way going to let her off the hook too easily. Otherwise, other officers might decide other officers might go ahead and stand up for what they believe is right. I wouldn't mind going in. I should have maybe snuck somebody in with the headset here and saw if my Bluetooth would be connected long enough so that we could hear. You guys could have heard what's going on inside. I would love to hear. I think Sherry said she was going to have it on her Bluetooth, the Zoom link. So we might be able to hear what they end up coming up with. Well, I think that was what the lawyer was hoping not to hear. Okay, Green Thumb's going to keep us posted then. Sounds like Mr. G's got the Zoom link going on. Yeah, Steph, I think you're right. I think it was an accidental honking. Everyone's going to behave here, I think. This crowd last time we were here and the court was in session, all you could hear was horns going off. Horns going off. I think we'll be able to tell when Erin comes out if she's got a big smile on her face. And I'm curious to know if they'll actually come over and say hello to us. There's basically the crowd that's here. A lot smaller crowd than the last times that we've been here. Well, I guess there's 15 of them inside. Well, I'm excited that it's going to come to a conclusion for Erin today, and again, hopefully it will be positive. Um, Now, the lawyer did say that the prosecutor, the Crown attorney, and Erin have come to an agreement, but they have to put that in front of who did he say? Not the judge, but the I forget the title of the person that's going to decide whether they accept that or not. So the person that represents basically the government. So hopefully that's going to come out as a positive thing, and Eric can get back to work, because I guess we do need some good officers out on the field. It would be really interesting if we could talk to her and see how this is going to change. How this is going to change her. Obviously, it's going to silence her. I cannot see her ever again making the mistake of speaking out or donating $100, which I think I heard that she did donate $100. I thought twice. I'm pretty sure we won't have her do that again. I think if she does get her job back, she's going to certainly have learned her lesson. Which is absolutely disgusting. The fact that, people can't say, like, okay, yeah, I get she was in uniform, and maybe that aspect, maybe that wasn't the best timing to sit in your squad car and give a shout out. Um, Maybe she should have been in her civilian clothes. But the fact that you can't even say, free speech anymore and give your 2 cents on what you think, it's not like she was on a Main Street camera or anything. God save our planet. You're very welcome. Just reading through some of the comments. Well, here comes Mr. Content Creator, second class Canadian citizen, giving us some great content. So, I guess it's no 3-day event, eh?
In a way, I'm glad. It'd be cheaper for you anyway.
How so?
Oh, did you buy it? You already did.
Yeah, there's no. I might be able to cancel tomorrow nights, but I think I'm stuck doing a little bit of sightseeing with me. um, But yeah, I guess I'll be going down the lake, take the dog down for a walk, and
You've been down there.
yeah, and yeah, Sam said something about going out for a bite to eat, so maybe we'll see Sam. I don't know if he's on the stream here, but Sam, where I mean, sorry, excuse me, Joe, where are you at?
Where are you?
I guess he's busy doing some plumbing.
Don't you mean carpentry?
Oh, I mean, yeah, excuse me, carpentry. Sorry about that, Joe.
Or was that tin? I can't remember what he was doing.
Maria, you want to go shopping? I don't know where there'll be somewhere interesting to see for shopping.
We're gonna throw a flag off in the street.
Fantastic. Yeah, Leaf Nurse, you're absolutely right. I think that was the only thing that I think that was her big mistake. I guess would be the fact that she spoke out while she was in uniform and in her cruiser. You know, I
By law, they're allowed to say anything that they feel will help calm whichever house. And that all read into that line. Since she did was have uniform on, they're allowed to do, except that it wasn't the right thing to do. If it was against, then that would have been calm.
yeah, but you got to think though. You know, you're saying that what she said they're allowed to say what they say as long as it's for calming the public. But when you've got
They're allowed to say calming for people who are unprotected.
if you've got a no matter what she says, she's going to upset someone.
Oh, absolutely.
So like even if,
Satisfied.
right?
Somebody. You never satisfied. No.
No, that's impossible. Um,
And these are all things that I've learned since then. Right? They came there. Like civics. In the last year, I've learned more than I really wanted to know about how the system works, how to elect a politician. Are they supposed to talk to you? No, they don't have to legally. There you go.
you're becoming a professional pole hanger, eh? All the practice.
Yeah.
He plays with his pole a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Look what I did to my pole.
Oh, we have to find out the new.
I got to get a
Yeah.
new pole.
Yes.
You know, in 1,000 years, whenever archaeologists go around digging up stuff, they're going to find a whole bunch of poles, but with no ends, and they're going to wonder what happened.
Yeah, except for yours, I think will be degraded.
Last Saturday in Toronto, with this flag, I cannot even walk. The wind was so
Oh,
fire.
was it the wind coming off the lake or?
Oh, and wind coming
It
And,
in.
changing, between buildings.
yeah,
When when we cross one street, going on the other, wind, unbelievable.
yeah, but at least it, I understand that was a little too much wind, but some wind is nice because it makes the flag like that.
Yes, of course.
Wow, she's rocking an upside down flag. I just noticed that.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, well, some people find that pretty controversial. I've heard. Um,
Yes, yes.
as you can see, it's the only upside down one here. There's another one. And I thought the same thing because, in some way, like let's say for an example, on the stream right now, there are people from other countries watching, and the flag waves on top of overpasses. Well, if all you're rocking is Canadian flags, any propaganda camera can come and say, "Oh, look how proud the Canadians are! They love the country. Everything's great." And then until you see the F Trudeau flags or flags upside down or signs that say Trudeau must go, well, there's nothing getting out. Like during the summer when I was going campground to campground and I was talking to foreigners that were here vacationing, I was talking about what's going on in their countries. And I asked them, well, have you heard what's going on in our country? No, no, I haven't heard. Everything's great. I said, well, so you don't know about the protests? No, no, didn't know nothing. And I said, so yeah, a lot of people are upset with Trudeau, and they're like, oh, is that why we see F Trudeau signs and F Trudeau flags? And I'm like, yeah, that is why you see them. Oh, we were wondering why people were carrying around that flag because like we thought over in our country, our mainstream media, they make Trudeau as like some god that we should. Yeah, he's a great leader, and it's like, oh crikey.
When I was standing on the front of the Queen's Park, the tourist was send the information, spread the information, the people would know because the media.
No, absolutely. The mainstream media is definitely not going to be allowing other places in the world to know what's going on here in Canada. Just like, like for an example, you see a quick brief moment of what's going on in different countries around the world like Brazil, Argentina, the Netherlands. You hear a second of it on mainstream media, maybe. Like just in the Netherlands right now, them confiscating 3,000 farms. That's going to be so briefly. I don't even know. I didn't hear about it on mainstream media, but there'll be a quick.
And they will blame me. Oh, what's on the news? What's on the news? But this is like
Oh, there's Joe.
joke, joke, okay.
There's Joe now. Better let him know. Uh oh. Yeah, there's Joe. I told you you'd hear Joe when he gets here. So here comes Mr. Joe Thorne. I'll have to let Joe know. So I guess Joe didn't get the memo about keeping silent. Okay, Mr. G, appreciate you. Mr. G's got the Zoom going. He's muting us so he can hear the Zoom, and hopefully he'll let us know in the comment section here what's going on during the Zoom meeting going on in the courtroom, so we can be the first to know. So I knew when this is Joe Thorne, if you guys have ever heard of him in the comment section, he's always helping feed the algorithm by shooting out comments. So he's been supporting Constable Erin Howard right from the get go. Out of pocket every time, having big lunches for everybody, for all the freedom fighters down at the park. And he's just showed up here today. And I knew that we would hear when he got here. Let's go say hi to Joe. Where you been?
I always make an entrance, don't I?
Good to see you.
Good, you too.
Yeah, I was saying that we'll know when you get here because we'll hear you pull in. I guess you didn't get the memo about keeping quiet, eh? So did you hear though?
Yeah, it'll be only today.
About done in an hour.
Yeah, yeah,
So they're coming to some kind of a plea agreement.
yeah. That's what I'm hearing now.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah. It'll be interesting to see what she's decided to give up and what she's getting back in return.
Yeah, to Clay, I think he gave up 50 hours. Was the 60 hours? Okay, yeah, so yeah, he gave up 60 hours. Okay.
And then what? Just some kind of reprimand or something on his record, or
No, no. As well, I don't know. Is there going to be anything on his record at all? Yeah, yeah. History. The guy went to Afghanistan to train police officers, constitutional rights, and the proper way of policing. Like that's what we paid him to go do. Go to Afghanistan, teach these people the proper way to police.
Don't mention freedom.
No, exactly. How's it going, brother?
Good.
You saw my message, I take it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good, good.
You look like you're doing the same thing as
It's
me.
winter, man. I gotta get
I
warm.
know I hardly recognize both of you.
I gotta get warm. It's crazy, like proud of how quickly I can grow the beard. Not so proud of how quickly my ear hair grows. So I didn't notice the ear hair was growing as
Immediately losing it on the top, right?
So I didn't realize how quickly they grew because they were just growing in with the beard. Didn't notice. So one day I'm like, oh my god, my ears are down to here. So I trimmed them back. I go outside. My ears are freezing. Like I could notice the temperature difference. Yep. From simply trimming the ear hair.
So did you hear her lawyer came out and asked us to keep it quiet, eh?
Yeah. They're the long shoulder.
I was surprised that yeah, that he came out and even asked. I guess I can really hear how horny it is in there, and
Last time for Clay's first one we did here, Aaron was texting back and forth with the guy. You know, I think that's his
yeah,
car. I think
he
he's
went
in there.
inside. Yeah,
And they, like every time they mentioned Ottawa or trying to overthrow, it just all starts. That's why we're all on for horns last time, right? She's like, yeah, keep going, we can hear you.
so what do you think, man? What do you think she agreed to?
I honestly don't know. In my opinion, anything she agrees to should also then go back to every police chief for 2020 speaking in line with Black Lives Matter protests. Whether you agree with their protests or not, that's not the argument here. But you literally had the heads of all these organizations speaking about a social political movement. And then when those who are on the ground actually with the people, they're not allowed to speak about a social political movement. That's why I took such a hard on for her case, right? It's like there's a clear divide of if you have power, your opinions are allowed to be heard. If you don't have power, well, you get reprimanded for having an opinion. There's no difference. There's no difference than the Toronto police chief sitting on a knee with his fist in the air for a group of Black Lives Matter protesters than her simply saying, "Thank you, truckers." There's no difference.
Wow.
Yet we treat it as though there's a difference. And that's where anyone who argues that you don't live under some form of tyranny or dictatorship, well, then you just don't know what the starting of tyranny and dictatorship is. That's the start. When those with power's voice is allowed to be heard, while those without power's voice.
Yeah.
Social media posts jeopardize the integrity and reputation of the service and could bring discredit upon the service by committing distracted conduct. And on January 24th, 2022, Constable Howard posted a video to social media, Facebook, expressing her support for the 2022 Freedom Convoy while in uniform in a police vehicle and during police time. Constable Howard's social media post contravened the Durham Regional Police Service social media. Do you understand those allegations, Constable?
Yes.
And are they substantially correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Interesting. Thank you very much, sir. So my friend and I have worked together to provide you with an agreed statement of fact, the joint session on penalty, and acting in the doc, handing you tips. I would propose to read that document directly. There are some appendices that are noted in the document. And sorry, did I ask the officer if she was turned in her plea? Did I forget to do that? You forgot to do that. Yeah, no, perhaps you were waiting. No, I was writing notes at the same time. Apologize for that. I wasn't sure if you wanted to read the facts in and then that's what we talk is like. No, so I've received her, her acknowledgement of the facts and like she said her guilty plea, but in terms of finding them, thank you very much. Sorry about that. So I'll close now to read that document. For the record, there are appendices referenced in that. Appendices C, D, and E are attached to the document. Okay. Appendices A and B are video files, and I handed them to you on a USB key that accompanies the document. I will ask for this document to mark. In terms of the video that accompanies the agreed statement of facts, they wait today, or are they just giving it to me not only as an exhibit but for me to view later? Yeah, it's to view later if necessary, sir. I don't see there being any reason to play them for you today. The videos are described to some extent in the agreed statement of facts, and so I don't see that there being any necessity in reviewing them today. So I agree. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Chief. Thank you.
Can you guys hear that in the audio there of the Zoom meeting? Let me know in the comments.
Durham Regional Police Service. Constable Howard's record of employment is largely positive, and recent performance reviews are favorable. As of today's date, Constable Howard has no formal disciplinary history. On March 25th, 2021, Constable Howard, 2022, Constable Howard was charged with 2 counts of describable conduct, 2 counts of insubordination, and 2 counts of breaching pursuant with an agreement, the prosecution executed 1 count of 2 counts of insubordination, 2 counts of breaching, prosecuted withdrawn. Restatement facts. For the purposes of a guilty plea to a single count of credible conduct or exmission of penalty, prosecution and defense agree to the following facts. On or between 7th day of January, or November 2021, 10th day of November 2021, Constable Howard attended a rally in Toronto, Ontario, identified herself as an off-duty serving police officer, and spoke about how the COVID-19 mandates put into place violate her own quarantine. During her speech, Constable Howard made disparaging comments about her colleagues and leadership team, including our colleagues. A lot of them appear to be brainwashed. Our services appear to be so influenced by politics and fear of economic reprisal, they have completely backed down.
She identified herself as an off-duty
For some reason,
officer, so
they're not supporting it.
that's
It's
the
wrong,
issue.
and I'm ashamed. And I feel that my badge, my brand new badge that I was so proud to receive, was tarnished. A video of Constable Howard speaking at the rally, which was published by the Rebel News Media Network, patched electronically and there. That's what I was speaking.
And Rebel News isn't even here.
On January
like,
24th,
you know what I mean? Like,
2022, Constable Howard posted a video
get the
social
news
media
and
expressing her support
get what
for
they want, and
2022
then you're on
freedom
your own.
convoy while in her police uniform and in a police vehicle in her police car. Neither the police uniform or the police vehicle identified the original.
I like your answer.
Constable Howard posted to social media attached to the next week.
You're getting live.
PRTS received thousands of media calls, social media comments,
More reliable than live on any.
additional units received numerous phone calls. People Hour received over 500 emails regarding the unprofessional comments on the platform. PC Howard made for police uniform.
Go on YouTube.
PC Howard's speech at the rally, social media posts jeopardized the integrity and reputation of the service and were likely to bring discredit upon the service. The fact.
Right, thanks. Mr. McKay? Those are agreed and substantial. Great, thank you. And so basically, agreed statement of facts, Constable Howard guilty of just that agreed statement of facts are for clear and convincing evidence.
Thank you, sir. So I'll turn now to the joint submission of penalty.
Just before you do that, so that's separate and part of the agreed statement of facts.
It's contained in the same document. You'll see that.
I see that, but what I prefer to have it separated. So what I'm going to ask you, because the joint submissions on penalty and aggravated factors are different than the agreed statement of facts. So it's fine that I've got this today and I'll use this as I moving forward, but if I can ask you to email me the agreed statement of facts separately, I would just separate it right now as staple, but page 2 continues with the right, it rolls right into your joint submission. I'd rather have a separate document. But just for the agreed statement of facts, if you can send me that separate, and I'll print that off, but I'll mark that as the next exhibit. Because it'll just be a 2-page document. The next part will be, if it needs to be an exhibit, we'll second. So can I do it with the agreed statement of facts? I'll mark it as the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 3, even though that document's still standing around. And then, so now you're into joint submissions. Go ahead.
So the plea you dealt with, the document, our police always on it, 1 count of their section 2(1)(a), area regulation 268/10, and then section 2(1)(a), the Services Act. The parties agree on the presence of aggravating, mitigating penalty disposition factors. With respect to aggravating factors, in particular, the parties recognize the presence of certain aggravating factors. First, the seriousness of misconduct. Constable Howard's misconduct is a serious matter. DRPS are expected to conduct themselves professionally, impartially, and in accordance with DRPS policy at all times. Constable Howard's conduct fell below the standard when she engaged in a highly visible criticism of government mandates imposed in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The conduct breached the Durham Regional Police Directive, the RPS Code of Conduct.
Yeah, I don't know why she'd want a badge after this.
Directive number A00901 and the Durham Regional Police Directive Social Media Policy Directive A016004. Public interest. Public holds the police in a position of high trust and accountability. It's extremely important the RPS demonstrate that its members are held to high standards. The community has an interest in knowing that its police officers are sworn to uphold the law and will do so in an
And she was. Yes.
for deterrence. Crucial, the Constable Howard's penalty serve as a general deterrent for all DRPS members. Additionally, the penalty must act as a specific deterrent for Constable Howard. Damage the reputation of the DRPS. Constable Howard's misconduct damaged the reputation of DRPS in the eyes of mitigating factors. The parties submit that the presence of mitigating circumstances, present matter support the emphasis that the position of a review process. Constable Howard's guilty plea, joint submission of penalty, demonstrate his accepted responsibility for his conduct. Constable Howard's guilty plea, joint submission of penalty, eliminated the need of a hearing or appellate proceeding. Constable Howard also cooperated during the professional standards unit investigation by taking responsibility for her actions, apologizing for her actions, and subsequently engaging in a meaningful dialogue with the server. It allowed her to better understand the service's position and to allow her to remove the videos in question. The employment history. Constable Howard has over 4 years of service with the DRPS with no record of formal discipline. Constable Howard's record of employment is largely positive. A recent performance review is favorable. A copy of her 2019 performance review is attached as Appendix C. A copy of her 2020 performance review is attached as Appendix D. And a copy of the 2001 performance review is attached. I don't tend to do those documents details for the there.
Right, and you indicated earlier that they're process.
Yes. With respect to rehabilitation potential, Constable Howard's guilty plea demonstrates her recognition of the impropriety of her behavior. Constable Howard's lack of prior formal discipline history with positive performance reviews are indicative of rehabilitation potential. Background officer and family, so the proposed penalty will be a financial consequence for Constable Howard. The joint submission on penalty that my friend and I are fighting today, and in light of the above, the parties jointly submit that effective immediately, Constable Howard should be demoted by one gradation period of 3 months, pursuant to 85(1)(c) of the Services Act. So Howard will automatically report right following the completion of the 3-month period. The parties acknowledge and agree that this penalty is based on the unique circumstances of this case, not all of which are at this grand, and not to be relied upon as precedent in other matters. And the parties are jointly requesting that you, sir, remain seated for any issue to arise subsequent to this person.
I'm just not sure what you mean by that.
Well, to the extent that there's any lack of clarity around the ability to bring those deep.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the joint mission. I provided 2 cases to my friend this morning. And This is in our unique circumstances. There's no case that's only I've been able to find, and hopefully my friends has been able to find, that is entirely on all fours with the circumstances before you here today. But I have provided you with two cases that dealt with police misconduct related to media use. The first case is one which I know you're very familiar. It's the reunion case, created by the police. In that case, the subject officer was charged with discreditable conduct for commenting on a news article that was posted to the Sudbury Star Facebook page. It was titled Sunshine Lists Swells in Sudbury. And Constable Erin made published comments on Facebook that were critical of the raises received by the service's CIO and various voting members of the service. In the comment section of the article, Constable Erin made comments of what people should really be looking at is how someone like Sharon David at the Greater Sudbury Police Service went from making $1,000 years ago and is now at 5. That's almost 50% raise in less than 4 years. As a matter of fact, the year that former Chief Frank Osner left, he got a $48,000 raise. Sudbury taxpayers should be asking counsel how that happened. The other comment of note was that after seeing the Sunshine List last week, you should be posting about how some managers at various the service got 33%. Benchmarks from extremely hefty raises, your taxes in mind going up with the service board's approval of these raises. So obviously, they were commission paid on commission that matter report yourself, probably, and the penalty that you should incorporate without misconduct, and the applicable penalty criteria was clear by the act. The other case I provided you with is a case from this service from 2013. It involved a member named Jeff Kaplan. Detective Kaplan created Twitter accounts eliminated from yes officers without their knowledge or permission. He then used those accounts to send offensive tweets directed at public officials, in particular, he tweeted at the ombudsman for Ontario at the time, you, sir, are a complete douchebag. Why don't you stick your French nose up your ass instead of business as well? And the other quote was, at Ontario ombudsman is a part of the empire. And Mr. Brad issued a media release identifying the Twitter troll quotes as one of the impersonated officers. So not as Kaplan is one of the officers who's impersonated, and further identified the media release November. And Detective Kaplan also directed a public Twitter message to Toronto City Councilor that read, "You are a real expert, huh? Douchebag city councilor. Were you there? You need to keep your idiotic thoughts to yourself." And so, Durham Regional Police Professional Standards Bureau has an investigation based on information from Toronto and the team. And Detective Kaplan ultimately admitted that he's the one who created the Twitter accounts and sent the messages, and taking into consideration the relevant penalty criteria, Superintendent McCollum very much promoted Detective Kaplan from sergeant to assistant first class for the period.
Wow. So there was nothing heard
And so,
by police
my
department that
especially
were in
when
trouble.
you
That was another
somewhere
detective. Oh,
into cases like that.
interesting.
And so when you're considering, sir, whether which especially falls within a reasonable range, I'd ask that you have reference to those two cases, and believe that the joint session does fall within a reasonable range. I've got some questions for me about that.
We were protesting
It
during
was my
the school board
the
a
joint
couple of
session.
weeks ago.
Thanks to the board, the question is, so I know that actually restatement facts for the similar documents that I asked to be separated. So the restatement document should be accepted there, exhibit number 3. And then so the secondary document is going to be joints. There's a joint submission of county. It includes, be sure that you read off. It also includes the performance, annual performance reviews as well. Can that be marked as the next exhibit? Is exhibit number 4? Any issue with that? So I'm not sure what we're going to call it. Just call it joint submissions on panel. That's much my perspective. And then in terms of the USB, do you want it as a separate?
I don't see any necessity marking as the USB in the performance reviews. Unless you can act concerned about it.
It's fine. It won't be fine. I'll just put it in an envelope, sort of staple it to it, and that way it won't get lost. It'll just be the same exhibit out there. That's and then the 2 cases. So the real case would be marked as the next exhibit, which would be exhibit number 5. Applicant case would be exhibit number 6. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for his submissions. As indicated earlier, this is a joint submission, and I agree with everything that Brent has indicated. I can advise that Constable Howard is relatively new to the German Police Service, just getting to first-class constable recently. She's had 4 years of service. He has been affected, as the entire world has been affected by COVID, which brought in certain COVID mandates, which a great number of people didn't agree with. And this, Constable Howard's position was that she expressed her personal opinion in an inappropriate manner, and right after the investigation started, she cooperated with the service, but as well, she had indicated to the service through months before this, communicating with the service, advising the service of certain areas of concern for her and other members and public at large. She engaged in dialogue, a great number of emails with the health and safety and their supervisors. After she was charged, she also engaged in a meaningful dialogue with the professional standards to better understand the service's position and have the service better understand her position and others that were affected by these mandates. I agree with my friend that this is a unique case and not one which we've seen before in relation to any cases that are out there. The 2 cases that my friend has provided to the tribunal are described as different, but they are about inappropriate posts. Constable Howard has taken responsibility and pleaded guilt and for the one, and is looking forward to a successful career with her regional police service while learning a very valuable lesson in rules and regulations. So I join my friend in asking you to approve, accept the joint submission for a promotion to second class for a period of 3 months, where she will automatically be reinstated to first class and move on to positive career return.
Thanks.
I think she's indicated to me that what I can speak on.
Any further?
Yes.
Thanks. So I thank everybody for bringing this matter to a resolution. I know that we spent some time last week discussing it on conference call, that we worked diligently over the weekend. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I also appreciate the cases. I agree with counsel that they do provide a reasonable range we can rely upon. One, of course, I was the hearing officer, and I do agree that the conduct of this officer falls in between. So it does create, although it is minimal cases, it does help establish a range of the sanctions. So I appreciate that. Thanks for the restatement of facts. and all the submissions that council have made. And so, officer, I see no reason to deviate from the position of penalty, and consequently, I will be demoted.
Sounds like it's
for 3
almost
months,
over.
Rank first class constable, rank second class constable, pursuant to section 8571 Stable Services Act. If a termination of the next 3 months to be reinstated to the rank of first class.
It's not noon yet, so you can't.
No.
You can't what?
So my written decision.
Oh.
So I'm not sure how administratively, Constable Howard, how that will work. So the fact that I say that it takes effect immediately, administratively, I don't know how that works, right? So somebody in,
So she's getting demoted
in HR will have to sit down with you.
for 3 months.
Logistically, what that means in terms of the start date, it may not start till the next pay period, or theoretically, they may wait for my written decision. I hope not, because I put it on the record today, so that you can move on with this. So logistically, when I say it starts immediately, immediate effect might have a different time. Right? Just so you know, it might be January first, I'm not sure, so you'll have to sort that out. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so, my written decision will follow, but I wouldn't expect it until, maybe even the end of January, when the cases are taken. So, I don't see the urgency, that's what.
They don't rush, do
Although I
they?
disagree with it,
Okay,
I still.
thanks, everybody, I appreciate it, good luck, Constable Howard, and it's 10:57, we can go off.
Sounds like it's over.
I'm gonna see if I can tomorrow night. Okay. Because maybe 24 hours where
It's over. Done. That's it, guys.
It's
They're
over.
done. She might get her written decision in somewhere in around January, and she's at 3 months of demotion.
Demoted for 3 months.
Demoted for 3 months.
Demoted for 3 months, sorry.
Yeah, all this bullshit.
Black Lives Matter?
That.
Are they gonna demote all the police chiefs who spoke out for Black Lives Matter?
No. Hell no. Come on, we're not even gonna demote Trudeau for doing it.
They're both political social movements. How is one justified while the other is not?
Have no justice. We all agree with you, Sam. All right.
So demoted to what?
I'm gonna ask you that probably in a second.
So she's a second class constable now for 3 months.
Alright, guys, so the decision has been made.
Oh, here comes the horns. I'm out of here. Joe's getting horny. Time to move away. Yeah, over. Yeah, she took a 3-month demotion. 3-month demotion to second class constable. And then I guess that stays on her record. So were you guys able to hear all that? I'm, again, I took a little bit of a risk making that. So God Save the Planet, demoted. Yeah, she was suspended, I think, for the last 9 months, but now she's going to get to go back to work, I guess, from what I'm hearing, and going to be a second class constable, which of course I don't think I know the difference. I guess it would be a relative to pay. I don't know if you guys were able to hear the audio from the Zoom meeting, but I attempted to put the speaker close enough so you could hear it. So it looks like we've come to a conclusion. What's that?
Oh, she's been demoted back to second class constable for 3 months. And then after 3 months, she'll be back to first class constable.
So she hasn't been working though for 9 months though, right? She's been
I guess
suspended.
not. I don't know. Don't know about that. Don't know. But it would have to be a cut in pay, I think, at $2,500. Second and first is $10,000. 3 months, that's $2,500. Pay she won't be getting.
So she's going to be losing $2,500 in pay for the demotion. So she pled guilty then to all 6 counts. Like she was, what was she charged with? Did you hear? I heard that I wonder if they do the audio, crappy audio, intentionally, or is it just cheap equipment? Let's go see if we can hear what these guys that were in the Zoom meeting what they thought happened there.
No, they were withdrawn.
They were withdrawn.
So there was 5 counts withdrawn.
Yeah.
What was the charge that she pleaded guilty to?
It was
Discreditable.
discreditable conduct.
Discreditable conduct.
Yes.
And then so I heard was she serving the last 9 months or was she suspended without pay?
I don't know. It sounded like she was working. It sounded that was the inference anyway. I couldn't tell.
She hadn't been suspended. She was only charged up to this point.
Oh, okay.
So in all she did was use words supportive of people like us. It sounded, you're right, I think. It sounded like she was still on the job. Whether it was at a desk, I don't know, or on the road. I don't know, but she's accepted her 3 months.
She didn't leave yet, did she?
No, she's coming out apparently.
Oh, all right.
With the lawyer.
So, wow. Well, it sounds positive, I guess.
It is.
Well, she had to do it, otherwise she would have lost her job, I'm sure.
She had to fought it. She just used her right to free speech. I guess there's certain things wearing a uniform in that position you're not allowed to do even when you are right.
I actually asked the officer, I said if she had done everything she'd done out of uniform, would it have been okay? He just sort of hummed and hawed, he didn't really give me an answer.
He was unsure.
I was unsure.
He didn't know.
But I don't think it would have made a difference.
I don't think so either. Because she represents.
Yes.
Just going to reposition the camera so we can get Constable Erin Howard when she comes out. Well, there we have it. So she pleaded guilty and is going to be dropping down in class. So apparently she's going to be losing about $2,500. So that sounds somewhat of good news. It kind of sucks, of course, that she had to had to plead guilty and be found guilty. It's definitely going to set the example for any other officers. Phil, I agree with you. Erin is a hero. She definitely went out and stood up for protesters, and she is aware as much as all of us that there's shit going on in the world that isn't as it appears. There's some kind of narrative going on that is not positive, and the future is looking bleak. So it was brave of her to do what she did. Someone was asking if they thought if she would have done it in plain clothes, would she have been charged? I think as an individual, as long as she didn't, disclose who she was, then freedom of speech should be taking place and been allowed to do what she did. But I'm just going to read back some of the comments. Yeah, God save our planet. You're right. You know, again, there's the on the one aspect when you're in uniform, you are you've taken you've agreed to behave in a certain way, and I have done the same as a realtor. I just signed something the other day saying I will not take actions that are unbecoming of a realtor, and I'm not exactly sure what that is, but hopefully I don't find out. So I won't be out here protesting or taking part in a protest while I am wearing a um, coat that represents my office. And I've been already forewarned not to have any flags or stickers or anything on my truck when I go to my office. So there is already, when you're in different professions, that you have to adhere to the agreements you've made in order to do that job. So had she have been in her own civil clothes and not been in uniform, maybe she wouldn't be in this predicament. So I'm hoping she might come out and say a couple words to us. That would be nice, but I have a feeling she won't because she already learned the lesson of speaking out. I'm pretty sure she'll just do a quick wave and maybe a hello and thank you and get back into her vehicle. Everyone's getting ready here to greet her. There's I don't know who that gentleman is. I have a feeling he represents the government, though, with his little emblem that was on his jacket. So yeah, thanks for everyone watching the stream. We're here in Whitby. Constable Erin Howard, her trial is done. She's pleaded guilty to conduct unbecoming of an officer and has lost her credentials as a first class constable, and now she's a second class constable, which apparently is a $10,000 a year pay drop. So for a 3 month drop in pay, that's not quite 2,500, I don't think. So hey Johnny, you're welcome. Thanks, Mr. G, for giving us the heads up what's going on in there. I tried to put the microphone over by the Bluetooth speaker, so I'm not sure how well you guys were able to hear what was going on in there, if you could or not. The audio coming out was pretty crappy, so Leaf Nurse is thinking they definitely would have still went after her. But my thoughts are, Leaf Nurse, how do you know? Like, if someone's just like the crowd in front of me right now, we don't know we don't know who they are, what profession they are. I don't think CSIS is watching and taking out each face and saying, okay, well, look, there's a doctor, they shouldn't be speaking out. Or you certainly could be right. My just thought would, how would you know who's talking about what and who's saying what if they're not in uniform and identifying themselves? Um, just like, but you certainly could be right. I'm totally open to being wrong because it happens a lot. Just reading the. You're welcome, FGT. Just reading the comments. Oh, it's a good crowd that showed up. Maria and God Save Our Planet. Who are you talking about there? I'm just reading your comments. I didn't see who you're talking about, though. Oh, Patrick. Oh, McNulty. I'm not even sure who that is. Is that who is that you're talking about? What was he? What did he do? Educate me. And anybody else that's on the stream that doesn't know who you're talking about. Oh, so Leaf Nurse has been reading other officers that have commented privately that have been penalized for it. So obviously, Leaf Nurse has got more knowledge than I do about the fact of how they're chasing down people in positions that shouldn't be talking about this movement slash narrative and getting penalized for it, whether they're in uniform or not. CBSA, oh, okay, thanks. Speaking up about Arrive Can. That was quite the controversial app where Trudeau's buddy's making lots of money. So it's got to be nice for Constable Erin Howard to at least know that people support what she did, and because imagine you go and do what she did, and there's nobody here to show some love. So thanks to everybody that came out here and showed love to Constable Erin Howard. We definitely need more officers like her that are willing to do what they originally said and swore an oath to do. Hopefully, if and when the day comes, there'll be more officers that are willing to put down the badge and stand up for freedom, because at the end of the day, we definitely need a lot more people in a position of power that are willing to stand up for us. I don't think this is the end of the chaos, unfortunately, to be the bearer of the bad news. I think our future is going to be having a lot more things that are going to send protesters to the street. Certainly looking forward to seeing people stand up against our government, because I certainly don't support the decisions that they're making. And if we don't at least go down fighting, letting them know that we Canadians don't support some of the chaotic BS decisions that they're making up in our upper tier here, it's not setting a good example anyways. Not that anybody from foreign countries are going to actually see the truth, because of course the Main Street propaganda cameras are just going to push the narrative out that the government wants. And it's only a few like someone that on the car over there, sheep need to be informed and told what's going on, where lions go out and hunt information. And unfortunately, there's not enough lions out there in the world, and a heck of a lot of sheep. So the government gets to do their propaganda, and all the sheep just sit there and listen, staying in the dark. Wow, so here comes some vehicles that got to get past the police barricade with suit and ties on. So I'm assuming those were government workers from inside the meeting. So it must be adjourned. Oh, Mr. G's just giving us a list of officers that have lost everything. Yeah, Mr. G, that's pretty sad. It's unfortunate that they're obviously going to go out hard against them. They don't want them. They don't want the officers going to be on the freedom side, because again, like I said earlier, the officers have guns. Well, it sounds like we're starting to get horny now that it's all over with. Wow, only in Durham. And I imagine there's probably, like you said, a lot more officers all over the place that are getting penalized. Well, if we look at the trend, we've got the government trying to take away guns, take away our ability to stand up, take away our ability to protest, take away our ability to free speech. It sounds like they're looking for minions that will just go ahead and do the tax dollars, donate our tax dollars. What a proud bunch out here today. And it's nice to see the different nationalities, different people from different ways of life. So I'm looking forward to anyone that's on the stream that's going to be going to Ottawa for Freedom Convoy 2.0, February, I believe, 17th. Looking forward to seeing you there. I definitely plan on going. Don't want to miss it. Opportunity to share some love with some fellow freedom fighters, fellow freedom lovers. Leafners, I know I've heard that as well. What freedoms have you lost? And the funny thing is, you know, what freedoms did we have to begin with, really? Um, yeah, we are free to go around, and my dad said to me, I think about 4 years ago, Paul, you're not free. You're only under the illusion that you're free. And I challenged him at that and said, no, we're in the free country. We get to do what we want, how we want, when we want. And he's from Britain, and he said, no, Paul, again, you're only under the illusion that you're free. And now I really look and listen to that and think to myself, I guess in a way, I think he's right. We're free as long as we don't get in the way of what the parasites at the top want to do. As long as we just go ahead and do our thing and we're not in interference, then yeah, we have lots of freedoms. You know, we're still free to travel. We're allowed to we're free to travel again. I guess they did have a lot of checkpoints out when COVID first came around, and we weren't able to travel from province to province unless you went through the checkpoints. So they did take that freedom away. Um, Obviously, compared to some countries, yes, we have a lot of freedoms, but compared to some others, we don't. And is it really a right or a freedom when it can get taken away from you? You know, that's more of a privilege. Privileges can get taken away. Rights and freedoms, that's supposed to be something that's not to be able to be taken away. The right to free speech. Well, as long as you say the right things, then yeah, go ahead and you can speak. But if you speak against the narrative, then your right to free speech is now a privilege and can get taken away. Like, I even watch what I say here on the stream because I have right to free speech here on YouTube, and unless it's against a couple of the things that I've been told I'm not allowed to talk about. So, my one strike I got for talking about vaccines, well, that strike is actually off my record in about a week or two. And so obviously I'm not free to speak when I can't say my opinion or what I believe is a fact on vaccines. And then, as you also know, the whole Russia-Ukraine um, war that's going on. That's another thing that I have to be careful on how I word it. As long as I'm pro-Ukraine, then I'm allowed to go ahead and talk as much as I want. But if I was anti that speech or anti the Ukraine war and saying something that was not the same as the main narrative about Russia's invasion into Ukraine, then I will be getting another strike. So, am I free to speak? No, generally I'm not. I'm very careful of what I say here. I don't want to speak out against the narrative because if I do, here on YouTube, YouTube is Google, and Google is the parent company of Google is what's the name of that company? But anyways, you got to guarantee that they're part of the parasites at the top, and they're only going to push the narrative that they want out there. That's why you've noticed a lot of YouTubers are moving over to different channels. Looking forward to more of that happening, and YouTube losing such of its the movement and power that it has. But YouTube is also part of the narrative. The parasites, the globalists. So free speech is definitely a privilege, not a right, as it's been proven, because rights can't get taken away, and free speech has been clearly taken away. I think that's her lawyer there. So let's go see if we can hear what he's saying.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, the service would look poorly upon that.
We'd be back up here next week, doing this all over again.
Yeah.
Because she's not on duty currently, is she?
No, but it would be posted, and the Durham police would
Yes.
would.
Everyone put down your phone.
Sure. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that if an officer spoke without representing who they were, that they'd be under the same consequences that happened to Erin Howard?
Yes.
Like, so if she was on her own time, just as a standing in a field and said, "Hey, I believe this, that, and the other," that's still unbecoming of an officer. Well, we missed Erin coming out, but yeah, that's still.
If somebody puts the officer as an off-duty officer to a certain police service, then yeah, they would be disciplined.
Because I have also I have agreed not to do things that's unbecoming of a realtor, and I sometimes question what that line is, because Rico can be very tied in with the government, and so I try not to advertise. There's no. I try to keep the two separate, but I've always wondered what would be that line when I'm crossing and doing an act. Am I out here today? Would this be considered something that's unbecoming of a realtor?
That I couldn't tell you. All I can tell you is for the police officers in Ontario, they would be disciplined if they were identified as a police officer by somebody, which is what happened to Constable Howard. And although she was off duty at one point and you couldn't identify, she didn't identify her service that she worked for, but somebody connected the dots and we find herself in there. So yeah, but police officers have to be very careful about what they.
But Black Lives Matter is a social political movement. The truckers was a social political movement. Yet I remember watching every single police chief across this country kneel and raise their fists in line with the social political movement.
Along with the Prime Minister.
Yes. So how is it that in this country, if you have power, your voice is heard and promoted, while those with less power, their voice is reprimanded and punished for the exact same thing? It's not like she got out there and did it. She simply voiced a opinion on a political social movement the same way every police chief in this country did. And whether we agree or disagree with Black Lives Matter, I don't care about that. It's the fact that we're allowing one class of citizens to speak on social political movements and reprimanding a whole other class of citizens for doing the exact same thing.
So, sir, you raise a very interesting point, and you're very well spoken and articulate. I would suggest and recommend that you run for politics and become the next Prime Minister of Canada.
Have a great day.
Take care. Be well. Stay safe.
Have a good day.
a good compliment. That's a good compliment. Joe Thorne, Prime Minister. I'm Joe Thorne.
Oh my God, that's my mom's name.
He's a carpenter.
Yeah, exactly. Joe Thorne, the plumber.
Well, that's what I said that already on. Someone asked, well, I wonder where Sam is this morning. I said, and I don't know what I said. You'll probably see it later, but I said, yeah. Well, I said we'll hear him when he gets here. And I said maybe busy being a plumber. He said, no, he's a carpenter.
That's Len's the carpenter.
No, well, he was just saying it as a
Okay,
joke,
okay.
so to
Okay.
keep Joe's business to be Joe's business, and not let him know, because that's what I.
So the bottom line, she's now she constable.
She's demoted for 3 months.
Demoted for 3 months.
Owes $2,500. Has to pay a $2,500 fine.
And we'll never do this again. So there's one more officer that will never speak out again and will not show support for our future of a free country.
Is there like a give and go for her?
You know, I've asked some people that same question because they've asked me that, and I've never found it.
No, I completely agree.
But you know what? There were many officers that refused to take it.
Oh yeah. What the thing is those who refuse to take it can keep their jobs, from what I understand, as long as they acknowledge they didn't have it and were willing to take tests. Same with the school boards and stuff like that. It was when you refuse to disclose it and refuse to take the testing, that's when they were like, okay, well you're fired. But in Canada, it's against the law to take a genetic test from someone. And the minute you take any mucal membranes, you're taking a genetic test. So here, legally, they can say you must take a thermostat. Like, I've got to check your temperature. They can legally do that here, but they legally can't do any test where part of your DNA can be taken from that test, in which any swab has your DNA on it. So every test is technically illegal against the Canadian ethics of medicine. So
Unless it's judge ordered.
that's a little different. That's a little different. Yes. They need your DNA to see if you murdered someone or had a baby. There's different stories. But to test random people without any just cause other than we want to make sure that you're not sick, the only thing you can really do is you could test my blood pressure, because theoretically that's not DNA. You can do a temperature test. You can there's a bunch of different. You can check my eyes, my ears. You can do a whole on physical. You just can't take DNA from me, and that's what the swab is. So, and
I was even against the DNA, like all that ancestor DNA crap, telling everybody way before, don't do it. I mean, what? Like, don't do it. What the hell do they want your DNA
the
for?
funny,
You know what? In daycare, they force the kids to do it on a regular basis. Now, if you have a fever and you without taking a test, you cannot.
that's why my kid's in a house daycare. It's 4 other kids with them, and I mean,
You're gonna homeschool?
probably not. Like when he's in high school, 100%. If he doesn't want to go to school and wants to come to work with me, 100%. But we'll probably look for a private school to start.
It's very expensive.
Well,
I know.
You can't
There's all
become
kinds of
a
pods,
carpenter without a grade 12.
My wife's a teacher.
With
So for him to do homeschooling to get his GED, he'll have no problem, in my opinion, because my wife's a teacher. And our goal actually is in 10 years to buy a sailboat, get the fuck out of here. So that's our goal, is to get a sailboat and take off and spend 10 years just sailing wherever. I mean, if we don't leave the Bahamas, we end up spending 10 years there. If we end up in Fiji, sweet, we're in Fiji, right?
Do either of you sail now?
I have sailed. We don't sail. I do have a 14-foot CL, little sailboat. But my dad sailed his whole life. My uncle sailed. We've had sailboats in our family for 57 years straight. And that's why I bought the little one, was to I don't want to spend money on a big one, and then it's not what I want for traveling the world. So I'll just get a little one, learn the basics, and at the end of the day, to sail is easy. Bye bye. Thanks for coming.
Bye, sweetie.
Yeah, sailing in itself is easy. You could teach a monkey to actually sail.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, the bigger factor is understanding weather, weather patterns, and understanding weather windows. Like, should we just hold up and wait a week and then go, or do we go now because we're done in this area? That's the biggest thing you need to learn, in my opinion.
I think also would be to know how to do direction by stars
100%.
because
It would help, but I mean, modern.
oh
Now,
yeah,
then again, everything's predicated on how much money you have, but the equipment that's out there, and most sailboats, when it comes to navigation, have three sets of redundancy. So in your at your chart table area, nav station, you'll have all that equipment. Then at your helm, you'll have all that equipment, and then some will have them in like the master suite, or whatever you want to call it, will have navigational equipment again. So the biggest trick is, yeah, learning that. But if you also have redundancy, it's just get to another port and fix the one that broke before the one you're using breaks down on you, right?
So do you think Constable Erin learned her lesson?
I hope not. I honestly hope not. I mean, I'm 39 and there's very few lessons I've learned, so I hope to God she didn't, because like I was saying, I hope everybody heard earlier is the Black Lives Matter reference is that how can the police chief speak in line or against a political social movement? And in this case, they spoke for it with Black Lives Matter.
Oh, even Trudeau as well, right?
100%. All the
Absolutely.
politicians, and
Oh yeah.
and again,
Yeah.
and I'm not here to debate how their protests went, whether they're peaceful or mostly peaceful or just straight up riot. I don't care. Like, that's not the argument here. The argument is we had a social political movement, and those with power were not only allowed to have their voice, but their voice was promoted. When those with less power did the exact same thing, it just happened to be a different social political movement. They're reprimanded and punished for having an opinion on a social political movement. That's just insane. That there's no logic there.
I wonder if or if you notice the coincidence, the chiefs and whoever was with the Black Lives Matter protests and promoting it got the thumbs up from our buddy Trudeau because he was there,
Oh yeah,
hugging with the Black Lives Matter. So everyone else down below him now, down the chain, that was
folks.
like a green light for them.
Well, you look at Sully, the Ottawa police chief. There's video, pictures. There's so much footage of him kneeling on Parliament Hill with Trudeau and a few other cabinet members, a few other police officers. Well, a bunch of fucking white teenagers stand in front of him with their fists in the air, claiming Black Lives Matter. It's like, don't get me wrong, of course they matter, and of course we can agree with that social political movement, but that doesn't mean another social political movement that did not have a single arrest other than mischief, which in my opinion are just trumped up looking for charges. We don't have vandalism charges against the truckers. We don't have assault charges against any of the truckers. We don't have any weapons charges against the truckers in Ottawa. I mean, so at the end of the day, they were charged with mischief. I mean, if I litter on the ground, you're basically charged with a bylaw. The only thing they violated was they parked illegally. Okay, give them a ticket. They were too loud. Okay, give them a ticket. They were loitering. Okay, give them a ticket. These are all bylaw offenses. These are not criminal charges. And if you look at any of the charges that were laid, they're all misdemeanors.
So how do you feel if we leave right here, right now? We try to all get in here, maybe do a convoy, or just go home, go to work, and then we get to the end of the road here, and we've got the oil activists blocking our route out of here. Are we just gonna park and love it?
Well, so that would be the argument. Now, I completely disagree with the oil activists because they just don't understand how the world actually runs.
So when is a blockade a good thing, and when is it not a good thing? Because I'm telling you right now, when the natives outside of Brantford, I forget, starts with the C, when they were blockading the road on Highway
Okay,
3,
right.
I thought to myself, geez, when's the RCMP going to get out there and move that?
So if we're gonna argue,
Discuss.
sure. Well, yeah, we'll discuss. Sure, if we're gonna. Right. So that's the other factor I was going to bring up is that in every situation, someone from government, whether it is simple secretary, because I mean, at the end of the day, Trudeau could have sent a secretary to talk to the truckers. Anybody could have gone and talked. So at the end of the day, first of all, you didn't even try to have discussions with the truckers in Ottawa. But what we're what we're comparing is two different types of protests. We're comparing the Ottawa truckers who were on Parliament property where residential people cannot live. The only truckers that were stuck in residential areas were done so at the behest of the police because they blocked off 90% of Parliament property and didn't allow the truckers to actually get onto Parliament district, where the only people who live there are politicians, lobbyists, and government aides. You are not allowed to live on Parliament district as a random resident because of said situations could arise. Now, if we want to compare, you'd have to compare what they were doing compared to what they were doing at the.
See you next time.
We'd have to compare what they were doing at the borders, and I disagreed with the blockades of the borders. I was not in favor of those blockades. But then someone also told me, well, it was a scheduled thing that was only going to last 7 days. It wasn't a situation where the police actually removed them. They were only going to be there for 7 days and actually remove themselves at the end of the 7 days. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But if that is true, I'm okay with blocking public infrastructure if you simply say, we're coming in to block it from this day to this day and for our voice to be heard, and then we'll leave. I'm okay with that type of blocking of infrastructure, but what happened to the railway wasn't a period of time. And if what was happening at the border wasn't a period of time and the police were the ones that removed them, then I'm okay with them removing them from that.
So,
But when you're in Ottawa on Parliament property,
well, it wasn't all on Parliament property.
but
There
that
was too many.
what?
There was too many.
Right, but Sparks Street was completely open. Metcalf was completely open. These are all
I've got
streets.
video of me being there with those streets not completely open. They were filled.
Metcalf was like there was literally barricades. You can watch. There's a jerry can march where you watch all these people walk up from the barricades. Remember the concrete barricades? That's where Parliament District starts. You had to walk 2 blocks before you got up to Wellington, and there was no cars on that street. There was multiple. Um, I can't remember north, south, east, and west, but they were going up towards Parliament, where not all these streets were had cars on them. Like
Like
Metcalf was empty.
quite a few of them did have cars on.
Oh, I'm not
Cars
disagreeing
and
with
trucks. Like there wasn't enough Parliament property to accommodate everybody
Oh,
that was there.
that. Oh, and
I'm not saying I'm against what was happening.
No, no.
All I'm saying is, to a degree, where is the line? Like, so are you saying then, if I'm hearing you right, so we go to here, we get the oil activists that are stopping me from getting back to my hotel. As long as we know that they're scheduled to be there till 6 p.m., it's okay.
Are you blocking public infrastructure?
Yeah, they're blocking this road out here.
I mean,
They're
we'd
laying
have
across the road. They got their high vis on.
we'd have to do. Okay, so here's the thought. Public infrastructure in this area, most people, we're in the east end of the GTA. So most people actually travel west to go to work every day. So if you were lying across 401, that's the public infrastructure that's no good. That you can't do that. But if you're gonna lie across Highway 2, okay. Okay, do you protest across Highway 2? You've not blocked infrastructure to the point where we can't get around you. You've blocked infrastructure to annoy us to the point where I got to go a different route. My time took too long. And maybe what I'll do is say, okay, well, why are these people doing this? Because them, I'm 2 hours late. Now I could go home and just get pissed off and bitch at them, or I could get home and look at what their opinions are on why I had to go 2 hours around. So to me, there is definitely a divide on what we should classify as public infrastructure that is deemed essential. 401, that's essential. Railroads, that's essential. Downtown Ottawa, I'm sorry, that's not an essential to the economy of the country, to the province. So that's a different ball game.
And like even like let's say somebody wanted to oil activists or freedom activists or BLM want to go to the. Why, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
I hear you need a little bit of funding to get around with all your,
well,
stuff, so our contribution to
Well,
you.
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mighty white of you.
And I'm the guy for Trudeau for Freedom.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll look forward to seeing you in Ottawa. It was nice meeting you.
Thanks, brother.
So yeah, like even in Toronto, the different Parliament offices.
Mhm.
Why not?
Mhm.
So I like that. Like I think that I
Well,
can stand behind that. Like as of anybody that's gonna block me on the way out and not let me get onto my business.
Can I get another route? That's the difference. Can I get an easily obtainable another route? Now, in this situation, we can't get out of this parking lot because there's no exit here.
Yeah.
But if they want to lie across that parking lot and I got an exit over here, fine. But it took me an extra 2 hours to get out that exit when I could have got out in 5 minutes. Too bad. Too bad. It's like when the Tamils. Remember when the Tamil Tigers were doing their protests in downtown Toronto? My issue was with them when they walked up onto the Gardner. That is a public infrastructure that millions of people need, that is a artery for commerce to the city. You want to block Yonge Street? Block it all you want. Block it for weeks at a time. Why? Because I can take Bay Street. I don't have to take Yonge Street. I can take Bay Street.
Yeah.
But if you're blocking the Gardner, well, I'm stuck on just the lakeshore. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This is a throughway highway. So there, to me, there's definitely a line where we have to classify what the public infrastructure
What's
actually
acceptable and when to send
Yeah.
in the troops.
100%. And I believe if a city that is 4 hours away from the biggest city in the province is being protested in, your first step would literally be, okay, let's hear their concerns. But that didn't even happen. So then you can't argue anything beyond that because you didn't even hear the concerns of the individuals who were there. For all you know, they could have been done in 3 days had you come out and said, okay, we've heard your problems, we've heard your demands, we're going to go to Parliament, and this is what we're going to have. We'll get back to you with an answer with XY date in advance. Okay, fine. We don't like your answer. We're coming back. Talk to us again. Okay, we leave. That's how a democracy actually works. Not that I'm in favor of a democracy, because a democracy is just majority rule over a minority. I mean, a republic is far better, where an individual chooses the choice of their future, what's best for them. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you don't even have a conversation with those that think differently than you're no better than tyrants from history, because you live in an echo chamber of ideas and information, and you can't grow as a person, as a society, as a world if you don't have contradicting ideas. At one time the world was fucking flat. I mean, there's a bunch of people here that might still think that, but that's okay. That's their choice. But that changed. I mean, at one time it was against the law to hide Jewish people. Think about that. Those who hid the Jews were doing something that's against the law of the majority. Now tell me they were doing the wrong thing. You can't. You can't tell me they were doing the wrong thing.
Truckers' protest was not in vain because it's been heard around the world.
100%.
It has been heard around the world. It has sparked people to stand up. Because if we can do it peacefully, we are the only ones, I think, who have a chance in hell of doing it peacefully.
Well, that's like a bunch of commentators from the States said. They were like, thank you, Canada. Because obviously a lot of people were with the whole January 6th. I'm not even going to use the word they used because that's just ridiculous. But the January 6th situation that got out of hand, not out of control, but out of hand, 100%. But they were all commentating saying like, thanks, Canada, for reminding us how this is supposed to be done. I mean, you watch MLK. What did he do? Marched peacefully until the Gestapo showed up, same as what truckers were doing, until the police showed up. That's when it gets violent. I mean, show me the footage. Any footage. I challenge anybody to show me footage of any violence happening in Ottawa. Yes, yes. Not like, okay, so there's a guy on Twitter, you should all check him out. His name's Ottawa Gestapo. He's got some great tweets. And he said, there doesn't have to be violence. Sorry, let me rephrase. There doesn't have to be physical violence for there to be violence. People simply need to feel violence. If enough people feel violence, it's now an emergency. The state has to enact violence to curtail the emergency. Yeah. Yeah, so there doesn't need to be violence, just enough people think there's violence.
And
So
that's perpetrated by the media.
Right. So if you think there's violence, then there is violence. And if we think there's enough violence, well, then it must be an emergency. Well, so then the police got to come in and move them out. Well, how do they have to move them out? With forms of violence. He's pretty good. Check him out. There's two people who I love on Twitter, and that's the Ottawa Gestapo and at COVID parent.
Hey, have you checked your air pressure in your tires lately? Have you checked the air pressure in your tires lately?
Why?
I would just check your right side. I'm just curious. Well, they're not flat, but I was just curious.
I'd like to know where you post. If you can let me know.
Oh, sure.
Front or back?
I can just tell you, and you might remember, but I can also do the same.
I have a memory like a sieve.
Patient manager and scout.
What platform do you use?
YouTube and Rumble.
Oh, Rumble is better.
It goes right to Rumble.
Okay.
I use YouTube,
Just
but
your
it
cat.
automatically goes to Rumble. Canadian Free Living. And sorry for throwing the mic in your face, but you talk quietly, and it was. I wanted to get your thoughts.
Oh, you're not shadow banned.
You're welcome.
So this is you, Canadian Free
Yeah,
Living?
that's me.
I'm going to subscribe.
Cheers.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
It's more than just an air horn.
You'll want to check. You'll want to check this one too.
Yeah, no, I know that one looks bad too. Yeah.
Yeah, thought about it when I got it. When I first came out of my truck and looked at your car, I could see it right away.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe she knows what she's doing.
No, I don't know.
And then when I was over there and I could see your vehicle sitting like this, I thought, you know what, I'm going to say something to her. So yeah, I've got a pretty keen eye for it. I can tell like my truck when it's down like 5 psi.
Really? That's awesome.
So yours, I had a feeling was more than 5. I said I can usually tell about 5 psi. I don't know, I just got that ability. But I had a feeling hers was a little more than 5 psi down.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Yeah. You got
Yeah,
enough?
you take over, Sherry. I'm gonna go get a smoke.
You got enough battery power to do it?
I got a second battery. Yeah.
I got a compressor in my truck. I was going to put the factory up there if I'd had something.
Yeah, I got one here tomorrow too. So we'll get you taken care of. So you didn't notice your excessive fuel usage, eh? And some crappy cornering.
Yeah.
The squeal in the tires, I noticed. That was
Like-
about it.
I have a feeling this one's pretty bad as well.
No, that was
So next time you got your squealing problem, check your
I
PSI.
just had them changed. Like I just had them changed, so he must not have freaking.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
right,
what
yeah.
it is.
That's right. They didn't check.
You just
Yeah.
put on your winners?
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, so they didn't do a good job of beating it by the
No.
sounds of it. I take it back. When did you do it?
Like 2 weeks ago.
All of them?
Yeah.
All 4, yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like
Yeah,
they
I'll
might not
never
have sealed them
drive
very.
that
They
with
didn't
her
seal them very well by the
Yeah,
sounds of it.
Oh, you just had these put on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be taking it back. They are low. You can even see
Yeah,
now
it shouldn't be
even.
that flat within 2 weeks.
Not unless you got someone with a knife.
And he was distracted too. What do you mean with a knife?
Unless you got
Somebody, oh my god.
or people are throwing. You said you were getting some problems, like someone maybe threw screws down. Might
Like,
want to.
definitely better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're pretty much done here by the sounds of it. We did our good deed for the day. We found somebody with flat tires. I don't know if you guys could tell by here, but her car was on quite a lean. So, well, it was an interesting conversation with Joe. It's kind of fun. Let's see if there's even anybody still been watching and listening. Still a few of you here. Gonna read some of the comments that I was missing out on while we were getting in our conversation. Still a couple people here. Mr. Tin Hat from Ottawa. So, what were your guys' thoughts in the chat room here about when we were just talking about where is the proper place to be doing blockades and where is not? Because I'm telling you right now, if I was to leave here and there's a bunch of oil protesters laying against the ground not letting me leave, well, that wouldn't be good. I would be tempted to, yeah, I don't know how well I would accept that, but there's got to be a proper place to do protests I think like what we were saying, I think it would be a good idea to do them, everywhere around Parliament buildings, government buildings where your voice needs to be heard. That's the proper place for protests. Mr. G, absolutely. Ottawa, Parliament Hill, all around those office buildings. That's definitely got to be the right spot to protest. You're trying to get your voice heard by the people that make the decisions in this country. So that makes sense. And again, over here in Toronto at our parliament buildings there where the government meets and makes decisions. Not just where, like Joe was mentioning, blockading the 401 or the Gardner Expressway, like blocking infrastructure that's a lifeline, that's unacceptable. So that makes sense to me because there's got to be a place to get your voice heard. That looks like there's poo. Who stepped in? Oh, I stepped in crap. That sucks. I just realized I stepped in dog doo doo. I don't know where I stepped in it, but it was definitely me and probably somebody else. But oh, it's right there. Oh, that sucks. Well, I'm glad we can't smell that. So it looks like we're going to be all done here then, eh?
Well, I get so used to coming to these events and, oh yeah, I'm gonna see this person again. I'm gonna see this person again.
Well, you guys are still doing your Sunday thing, right?
Yeah, Sunday in Brampton we do, and now we start off in Brampton in the morning on
I saw
Sunday.
that.
Then we go down. Yeah.
Looked like I forget whose footage I was watching, but looked like the crowd was getting smaller.
Last past went out to the Women's March that was going on in Toronto.
Okay.
So it wasn't as high, but it always goes. It's always usually at least 20 people, and it may go up to 100, and then it may go down. Right? It goes up and down. What's on the schedule for you?
Meaning in which way?
Freedom and
Well, the only thing I know for sure I'll be doing is going to Ottawa in February. Yeah. Um, this weekend I might get out. It depends on what's going on. Sundays now I'll be probably doing open houses to try to find some clients. Because that is an excellent place to find clients. I need to start getting an income. Um, I can only spend my savings for so long.
don't run into debt because it's
Oh
always
no, I don't do debt anymore. I'm far from debt. So I gave myself a good cushion to make sure that I can get back earning a living again. Um, it's I thought about going and getting a regular job because I do have a couple skills that I can get a regular job in. But I'm looking at the down the road. Let's say I wanted to buy a house. Unfortunately, wages are not going up, and yet the cost of living is skyrocketing. So, I'm looking back 20 years ago as a machinist. The jobs across the board were 25 to 30 bucks an hour 20 years ago.
yes, almost 30.
3 months ago, again, looking across the board for machinist, 25 to 30 bucks. Now, there's the occasional company that's desperate for people that are offering over 30 bucks.
Well,
Well, not as not as a profession. Um,
just I know some people they do trains,
mhm.
and so they do like custom trains for industrial and stuff, and could probably get you a job there easy. But that's out of they're all over the place in Mississauga.
Well, I've just joined a real estate office. I've joined Remax, and I'm not sure if that's going to last forever because at some point in time, the board there was participating in the whole segregation, and to be a realtor, you have to be part of the board. And so, if by chance that happens again, then I won't participate in segregation, even if I'm on the side that is. It doesn't matter what side I'm on. I'm just not going to participate in it, and so that could cause a problem. Plus, you know, I've also agreed to not do things that are unbecoming of a realtor. And I don't know where that line is, who gets to judge. I know, well, I do know who judges. It's RICO, Real Estate Council of Ontario. And I've been in front of them before getting drilled for questions. So I don't know if my participation in these kinds of activities would be considered unbecoming of a realtor, but I guess I'm going to find out. Um, but on the same point in time, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and chase down clients. So if anybody listening, or you know anybody that needs to a realtor, then obviously if they're in the London area, I'll serve them myself. But outside of London, I can refer to. I will chase down a good realtor for them, and then I will get a referral out of that. So you know, and of course, so that's kind of what I'm doing now, man. I like working for myself because then I can take off, right? When something's going on, I can jump out here.
On the site every single day, and if I'm not producing, I don't.
No, you're absolutely correct. If a client this morning said, "Hey, Paul, I need you to put in an offer," then I either go and put that offer in or don't get the deal, and they go work with somebody else. So you're absolutely correct. I am, my clients will dictate when I'm working, when I'm not, but at the same point in time, my budget dictates when I'm working and when I'm not.
It was just a pet peeve whenever I at my company. Well, you got your own company. You can take off whenever you want. Are you crazy?
Well, not if you want a steady flow of income. No, actually, it's the opposite, right? You're always working.
Because I was on 24/7 before, and but I did get some money, and I paid my bills. It's somebody tried to give me $20. I was like, no, I'm going to give it to me. Go give it to me.
Oh, is that from you?
It
Oh,
wasn't from me. They were trying to give it to me.
well, someone came and gave me that. Yes, and I was pretty, thankful because I don't push it enough. I've been told. Um, so yeah, if anybody listening wants to donate, you're welcome to. Anyways, no, some friends of mine have said I don't push out that fact that, hey guys, because maybe had I, let's say 6 months ago, I've been doing like some of the other channels and pushing the fact that, hey, you want to support the channel, I can be out here more. Um, but yeah, whatever, I used my savings. I felt the movement needed an extra camera, and I did what I felt was right. And I'm going to continue to do it. So, will I see you again at your Sunday events? Absolutely. When I can, I will get out. It just obviously, you're 2 hours away from where I'm located, but now I've got in touch with the London group and been hanging out with them a bit. And yeah,
Until you find that real group, it's not large.
no.
You don't drive by the right spot. You don't see them at the right time. And
Did you see the flag wave in London?
I might have seen
I was pretty surprised how many people showed up for that.
it does get my attention because even though it's quiet and it's been going on and stuff, but people are taking time out of their day,
Thanks, Leaf Nurse.
and it shows me that it's how space and
It is. It is to the people like myself that volunteer, to get it like out there, and then I'll give you an example. Like some people in my family are against this and have definitely spoken negative about my actions. And my one, uh, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. I'm not going to word it. Um, so again, just to make sure I don't do anything that's my real estate office is going to hold against me, I will keep my mouth shut a little bit on that aspect. But yeah, there's some people that are totally against it and some that are for it. I'm not going to obviously mention anything in my real estate office about this movement and how I'm participating in it. Do you know I just went and deleted 2 weeks ago because my office uses Facebook to arrange and talk to each other about open houses and other things going on. And I thought, oh, geez, that's a huge advantage. But do I want to connect my Facebook with them and then they could see what I've been up to? So then I looked into that, and but so what I did was I went and actually deleted all my posts for the last like 3 years. Anything that I've put on Facebook, I just deleted it. Just go delete them, and then I went and joined the Facebook group for my real estate office, and yeah, see how flat her car was. I could see it a mile away. So I went and said to her, I just asked her, I said, have you checked your tire pressure? So he checks, it was 13 and 10 on this side.
Probably 32 or 28. I'm going to say goodbye to a few more.
All right, man. Well, we'll see you again soon, eh? Well,
I'll give you a thumbs up whenever I get home.
all right. Cheers. So that's Chris from Second Class or Second Class Citizen. No, I'm saying it wrong. Let me get his channel because he does the rallies every Sunday and has been for like 6 months at least every Sunday in Mississauga and Brampton now as well. And I'm just gonna grab his channel again.
Yes, you too. For sure, for sure.
Well,
I'll check your card and send you my info.
pleasure meeting you as well. I was gonna say handshake. Come on. I don't. I thought I put deodorant on.
Yeah.
Oh, I did step in poo.
Your dog's food?
No, no. I don't know. It was. I got it all over my boot though. Chris, what was your channel again? Sorry, man. Second class Canadian. I keep thinking second class citizen because
Everyone does. Everyone does that.
I always thought it was second class.
second class Canadian.
We were at the park.
Yes. Yes.
And you did the spew, and I'm going, Canadian.
Yeah.
See, I don't really care about my channel, right? Because at some point, they're just my own memories, right? So that's why I don't care about copyright. If I get the wrong music, I don't care.
Yeah.
Right? But there are people that are doing this for half-ass living or trying to. So
Well, yeah. No, I just demonetize like when I if there's music, I just demonetize it because I don't care. Because like literally the amount of money that you get when you have this amount of subscribers is really nothing. Actually, I've never been paid anything. I got paid a penny to test my account. That was it.
but some last Sunday that was really wild.
I just happen to have
Was,
Jewel.
Oh,
Jewel has the eye.
oh, I've got my pump in there as well.
Yeah,
Senior,
it'll be nice
somebody
to
at
save
our
gas
rally
too.
that I know for many times goes, oh yeah, by the way, all of a sudden on my feed I got this thing called Second Class Canadian. He goes, I looked through it and he goes, holy shit. So for me it was like, because I never gave him it, and somehow or another he found my channel, and it's like, how the hell, like, he found my channel. I still don't have a clue.
Joe was saying he found my channel because I did a review on a provincial park.
Is that all right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like he's going, don't you have like several thousand? I'm going, no, I got like my family subscribers. I got like I don't even have 100 people.
Yeah.
Right?
I
It's
put
not
your
bad.
stuff on our group too, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like as far as I'm concerned, anything I put out there, you want to play snip,
Yeah,
use,
yeah.
go nuts.
Well, I just put that, like you were going to do a live. I seen on YouTube last night that you were going to do a live or something. Was it you then?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so then I posted yours already then.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
still trying to.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It was Paul because when
Okay.
Len showed up,
That's why he knew.
yeah, Len was watching. I'm like, oh, you're watching Paul. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, is that his name? He's like, I just saw it on the feed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's pretty cool how that happens. People are like, "Oh man, I was able to find it because of you." I was like, "Oh, right on." So that's handy.
Yours on our group then. Just
Why? What was the group?
Dirt Region Freedom Fighters.
Oh, German region. Yeah, I'm part. I joined that group. I think. Nah, I can't help but love that cologne you're wearing.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I just had to do.
smoke some of that
I
cologne
just had to do
myself.
a quick look to make sure that there's no popos still kicking around.
Oh, he did leave,
Yeah,
didn't
they all
he?
left.
Yeah, actually, I'll let my
That's why
dog
I
out.
wondered why you lit it up. I was like,
No, they've all left.
Ah,
I'm a bong person, so.
I'm 6 months sober now.
Are you? Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
I'm a
like,
pothead,
you never
big
quit.
time. No,
Quit long enough just to, get high again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Quit for 30 days, you feel like you're in grade 9.
Then I get high again. It's like, holy shit, I got high again.
Yeah.
I'm not a crackhead anymore. No.
And then it's, I can't wait to do this again. Then it's back to where
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
before.
See,
When I was in Ottawa 6 months in June, June 26th,
Yeah.
I was there for the weekend,
For
and
James Top stuff.
I think it might have been James Stop stuff, or it might have been. Oh, was it? Okay. When was Rolling Thunder?
That was in May.
Oh, okay. Well, so you know my schedule better than me. But so I guess when I was doing James Top stuff, I lost all my gear. I had a black case with a headset in it, this in it, that in it, here, in it, all kinds of gear for this for. And I was at the one at the marina, and I rode my bike to Parliament Hill, and I got back, and I put my gear, I guess, on the ground while I was putting my dog away or doing stuff or whatever I was doing. Or I was plugging my phone in because it was almost dead, and I drove away. And then I got back to my trailer and I started looking to plug everything in, and I couldn't find it. I was like, searched everywhere for the black case. Had all my charging cables, had my little important piece for my tripod, just a little bracket that my tripod without it's useless. $700 I had to spend to replace what was in that little black case. And of course, I was medicated. And of course, everything I do wrong, you know, you're going to blame it on that. It can't be me. My memory problems aren't because of that. It's because can't because of me. I mean, it's got to be that. So I said, you know what? I had about $400 a gear, different edibles and burnables, and I threw them all in the fire pit. I made a little video to myself. I made it. I made a video to myself. Here's why you're doing it. I threw it in the fire pit. I've never posted that video, but if I want to remember why I quit, I just can watch that video, right? So I threw it all in the fire, and have I been forgetting stuff in the last 6? Still, I forget everything, man. So it wasn't that. Um,
That's where I'm lucky. Like, don't get me wrong. I forget. Like, I'll forget little things. I.e., I'll lock the door, get it, load up my truck, sit in the truck, and I'm like, my brain works in pictures. I just see picture after picture after picture, and then but all you see is the same picture every time if you lock in the door. Where I literally, I mean, 90% of the time I get back out of the truck and go check the door. It's already locked. But you asked me when was Rolling Thunder? It was in May. When was James Top? That was in June 30th. I don't know why. I can remember stuff that's not repetitive. Like I won't forget. Like it's crazy.
so I wonder what he's doing these days. Yeah, he's gone pretty silent. I think something happened. Something.
I think a combination of things happened. His moral, his morale got broken by the veteran association, whatever Canadian vets, whoever runs these legions, because you own the legion, like it's your bar and all that, and then you're affiliated with the legion, right? So a lot of these legions were going to host his events, and then the Canadian head of the legion would say, "You're going to lose your legionship if you let him event there." So they would be like,
Just everyone says hi, honey.
"You're our legion. Like, you can't lose that. Just a random bar, right?" So they would all get those canceled, and then to your point, I think that there was some inner turmoil that happened. I imagine there was a decent amount of money being donated. Because he was pretty popular. So
And really,
That's awesome.
yes.
That is awesome.
so who knows where some of the, and I'm not saying this is the case. This is just all speculation.
Oh yeah, total
Like
speculation.
maybe the tag-alongs felt like they deserved a portion of that or something. I don't know.
Because his cameraman took off. So I don't know if you watched the video, but I got into a disagreement with his, it was total accident that I did it on camera. I didn't mean to. I thought I muted my mic, and I didn't. And I told the guy to go F himself because I'd had it with the mandates that group was trying to put on people. And so, anyways, yeah. So the cameraman, he took off mid mission from the East Coast back, and then went to the um, Calgary meeting. You heard of the meeting that happened in Calgary?
Kind of.
So I went to a meeting in Elsa Craig,
Yes, that was with all
and
the
then that
body
a lot of
shots.
people there were going to, I think it was Calgary, to come up with an idea how to overthrow the government.
Yep.
And the cameraman, according to him, was sent to this meeting to try to infiltrate it and find out what was going on. And like personally, I think the guy's just a, I don't know. I won't give my personal opinion on the cameraman, but I'll say I didn't like him.
I'm taking off.
Oh, cheers. Thanks for what you're doing. Keep up the good fight.
You too.
All right, yeah.
Thanks for
Cheers,
the meeting.
buddy. Thanks for what you're doing. Keep up the good fight. We appreciate you.
And if anything else comes up that needs some talent relief,
Yeah, I
feel
will.
free to
Oh,
spam away.
this Saturday we'll be at
Peterborough.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, I'm going to Peterborough. Yeah.
It's the big Trudeau Musko rally that's
They've called out to a whole bunch of people.
Okay, we'll see you there. We'll
So
see you in Peterborough.
Pickering, we start in Pickering.
Start in Pickering.
Convoys and starting out of Pickering.
See, I think I need to get a more economical vehicle. If I didn't drive that, if that didn't just chug so much gas, like now at Peterborough, that's like 3 hours, 3.5 hours for me.
We're decorating cars. That's enough right there.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
I'll talk to court tonight. Make sure we don't have anything going, and I don't see why we're not going.
and you're officially invited every Sunday.
Yeah, to get out there. Yeah.
But why the kids I fully understand.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If he was just like 2 years older, where he could say, "I'm cold, I'm hungry," instead of, because I don't know what that means other than get the fuck back home where I can play with toys, right?
And
Like,
in Toronto, I don't know if you know Jeremy Glass. He does the show.
I know
For
that name. Yeah.
He was in Ottawa.
I might have met him at Sonny's dinner.
Yeah. Oh, if you were there.
I was,
he might have
Sonny
been
invited me to his dinner. That was amazing.
I didn't get invited. He doesn't like me.
Oh,
Gotta let Sonny know this is done because he might try to show up another day.
right. Yeah, I'll text him.
Oh, it's cold.
Well, he told me on Saturday he was coming. So, yeah.
Well, he might be thinking coming Thursday when the
When it's finished.
when it was when a verdict might come out.
There's so much, like, because I was posting, and now it's like, I don't even know all the different accounts that I posted to for the next 3 days. It's like, shit, now how do I go back and say everything's canceled? Now I just got to go and just post through the feeds again and hope everybody.
Just post the verdict.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. And she's $2,500, 3 months demotion.
Yeah.
So I'll just post that. Say thanks to everybody who showed up. Check your live stream, steal some pictures. Go from there.
All right. Well, sounds good.
All right.
Another event done. So I guess you guys will be all seeing each other on Sunday, on Saturday in Peterborough.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll just have to do a Saturday convoy for some pizza.
And
Personally, I think we should be doing a convoy into other little cities, anyways. All of us just to make some stink, whatever. Like at least once a month, but.
I would totally be into doing like a potluck at some point in time and getting together with everyone. And
Well, they were doing that in.
Yeah.
Was it Mississauga? You guys were getting that park and doing a potluck in?
yeah, I went to that potluck. That was good.
Yeah, it's good. And then Bylaw showed up on it one time.
That's not unusual.
But what can they do?
It depends on what you're doing. If you got open alcohol, it's there.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay, well that's.
You're playing music without a permit. Complain about that.
And for us.
But getting together itself.
Well, hold on. So in Oshawa, the park that we did ours
At the beginning.
Well, yeah. We only did one without a permit. The rest of them all got permits.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but the one that you didn't.
The one I didn't. Was actually the smallest one, and Bylaw never even came anyways. So in that park, if you show up just as a family with 20 or more people, you're supposed to get a permit. Now, you can get permits in that park for like $25, $35, but if you want that gazebo, they charge you through the nose. And it was like $250 for that thing.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was stupid. But if we are there in a group, we clearly came together because we convoyed in. There's more than 20 of us. they could actually ask us to maybe not necessarily leave the park, but you can't all be in this one area.
You can't be all underneath that building.
You got to take
Step out.
19 of you over here, 19 of you over here, and the other 19 of you over here, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, we only have to be 6 feet apart, right?
Yeah. Exactly. That's the funniest thing when they first came up with that. You got to be 1 meter. Was it 1 meter? Oh,
2 meters, 6 feet.
2 meters is 6 feet. People not know how to do math. It's 6.5 feet.
Oh, we're not going to get out our verniers and.
That's 6.5 feet. So why is it not 2 meters and 6.5 feet? Right there should tell you people that you're being lied to. They convinced you 2 meters equals 6 feet. Is you're gonna get run over?
Potentially.
Hold on, he's got to move his tripod so you don't.
Well, everyone that's still here, looks like there's still people watching us. We're just a couple of us left here conversing. Almost got the camera ran over. I'm going to check out what you guys are talking about.
My house is set at 7. When I go to bed, we set it at 7. No, remember, I like Fahrenheit better because it's a more accurate measurement. Yeah, it's far more accurate.
What do you prefer?
Fahrenheit over Celsius.
Oh,
It's a more accurate measurement.
and what about metric over imperial?
I prefer to work with imperial because I'm not working off a drawing that's in fucking millimeters. You know how much of a nightmare that is? You get these drawings, 32,000 millimeters. Tell me how many feet and inches we're looking at here. We got 60 feet, 20 inches. Like, tell me what we're. It's just way easier to work. So yeah, we work in imperial 100% of the time. Now my code book, like, which is funny because certain codes, like, I can do a floor drain without venting it, but it's got to be 450 millimeters maximum and 32 feet. Or sorry, 450 minimum, 32 feet maximum. So it's like
They go both ways,
yeah,
eh?
yeah. And some of the stuff you have to because I just don't remember it the other way, right?
No, that's like when I was in machining. I would just work whatever the blueprint is. If it was metric, I would just machine in metric, and if it was imperial, I'd do imperial. Which one do I prefer? I would have to say it doesn't really matter
Well, machining is a little different though because
for that.
you're using vernier calipers, micrometers, like you're not really using a tape measure. In my world, it's an eighth.
Yeah.
You want to play a world of quarters, you can do that in plumbing. You don't have to be necessarily that specific. An eighth is far enough. But when I was going to school for aviation, I mean, our tolerance was a 64. It was fucking everything was vernier calipers and micrometers. You barely used your tape measure, right? So
See, and our tolerance when I was machining was basically maybe well, sometimes my tolerance was 2 micron.
yeah.
Do you know how much that is?
No, didn't even guess.
Very, yeah. Take your hair, one of your hairs, you know how thick it's about 3 thou thick, 3 thousandths of an inch thick, and cut that about 30 times.
Yeah, yeah.
So literally, if I measured it and it was like small, I could breathe on it, warm it up, measure it again, call it good. Yeah. Yeah, those were some tight tolerances for some of the stuff because I was working on parts going to space.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, and that was like when I was in school, was because aviation manufacturing program up in Thunder Bay. So it was, yeah, it was fucking greatest. One of the greatest years of my life, right up there, like top 3 years. Oh, oh, I had so much fun there. That place sells more alcohol per capita than any other town in fucking Canada. Have you been to St. John's, Newfoundland? Dude, they had when I was in school there. They had $5 pitcher nights, $2 Corona nights, and each bar would do a different.
Maria, I've watched that. I agree with you. It was definitely worth the watch. A little bit gross. I'm not going to say the title. You guys can read it in the comments there because that YouTube's not really a big fan of that video. Um, the other video that was similar to that one was COVID Land, and COVID Land is the one that I got a strike for recommending that you watch that. So I definitely don't recommend that you watch COVID Land because it's misinformation, just like what was that one called? Died Suddenly, another misinformation. So I'm just saying it like that so that way I don't get another strike. No, I watched both of those. They're excellent documentaries. Um, they both really make you wonder what the heck is going on in this world. Could it even be possible that there is, you know, that there's actually a bio weapon going on? Like that's just pretty crazy to think that this was a bio weapon. But it certainly looks like it. Have you guys watched Died Suddenly?
Oh
Yeah. What'd you think? You
yeah.
haven't watched it yet?
I think Stu Peters is an amazing cinematographer. I think that guy knows how to put on production. Um, I'm not saying I don't believe that shit going on, but I'd like to see a far more in-depth look from more sources and stuff like that. But it definitely looks damning. I mean, I don't know why these morticians. Again, I'd like to see how were they paid, how much did they make, like. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we've been complaining about the whole fucking time is that these these hospitals are getting paid to do COVID cases. So I'd like to see the structure of how that documentary was made. How did the morticians come to be? Um, were they just volunteering their time to say what they said? Was it a mortician that went to Stu Peters and was like, dude, you got to investigate this shit? Okay, well, if that's the case, what the fuck? We find out each one of these morticians made $250,000 for their talk.
Yeah, that's
that
interesting.
that
Yeah.
changes my opinion on not necessarily that I don't believe it, but it changes my opinion on the nature that they're gearing this. Because at the end of the day, this is I can't say what I want to say because we're live right now, but the virus came out of Wuhan, and we'll leave it at that. So maybe those things are caused by COVID itself, which who knows? And so the mortician at the end of the day is just saying this is what we're seeing. And we've been seeing it since 2021. And maybe it took a year for that shit to develop. Maybe we all have it because we've all had fucking COVID. I don't think that's the case. But until we see the structure of how the thing was made, that's just where I sit back and go, this is definitely damning. Thank God I pure blood fucking 100%.
I met a guy on Kijiji 8 months ago. Okay, he came to buy something off me, and I thought he was a whack job because he would be what is considered a conspiracy theorist, and he was far out there. And when he found out that I've taken a couple jabs, he said to me, "Listen, you need to go to your doctor." Now, I don't remember exactly what he said because, like I said, I thought he was pretty far gone.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, you need to go to your doctor and you need to tell them that you want a blood transfusion. You want to, not a blood transfusion, you want to take your blood and put it through a machine that's going to clean out some stuff because inside of you is basically something that's going to make you start blood clotting. And he was going and what he like I don't know if he was on that show but
dude, that's like
when I watched that show I first thought of him right away.
one of my customers back in I've known this guy for a while. So when I started so we're about 10 years ago. He's got filters on all his water, does not like the fluoride, does not like the water, right? And he was always telling me this uh, 20, agenda 20, and he's always talking about, you know, he was talking about vaccines and how you're going to be on digital IDs and everything's going to be tracked and you're going to be monitored.
Did you believe him at the time?
No, because I thought he was a great guy and I loved listening to his stories, but I used to always push back. And he was an Alex Jones guy. Like he watch a lot of that stuff, and then I mean he's not just like reverberating everything Alex Jones says. I mean it's just one of the guys he watched amongst other people that he would say you got to watch this, you got to watch this, and then like dude the number of shit he said, and like I know this guy, I've worked for him for years, and like I mean I consider him like he's a customer, but I consider him a customer friend. You know what I mean? We've gone fishing together because he lived up in Bob Cajun for a while, so I was out doing some work at his place and went fishing for the afternoon. But dude, like I would say probably everything he said has come true. The things that have not come true that he said, just they've not been not proven true. That's the
Not
scary
yet.
part.
Yeah.
That's the scary part is a conspiracy is a belief of information or facts that have yet to be proven true or not true. That's the part we leave out when we say he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. Yes, but his shit hasn't been not proven true.
Yeah.
Like so the stuff that's not proven true, he's just lying. Like that's what you say. Like the guy's lying. He did like, and this is why. Here's your proof. So when someone's a conspiracy theorist, I mean, it's just because their opinions, views, and facts haven't been proven as truth. And this guy's a fucking crazy conspiracy theorist. But the amount of shit he's said that has rapidly proved true, we're well over 50% of the stuff he was talking about has been proven true. So I'm sitting there back looking, let's say there's 30% left. I'm just sitting there saying, well, when's that going to be proven true? Like, and that's the part where I mean the guy's like telling me to buy silver back when silver was fucking $6 an ounce American. And he's like, dude, you're gonna see a currency war, you're gonna see oil shortages, you're gonna see massive problems, then you're gonna see a worldwide um, what was it he was talking about? He didn't say at the time like a pandemic, but he did say that you're going to see worldwide curtailment of movement. You're going to be tracked with everywhere you go. And it's all because the commodities are short. And we've not been investing. And all this money they printed in 2008 for the banks, all that money went to stocks and bonds. Stocks and bonds market is so overinflated that commodities are at all-time lows. As a ratio against stocks and bonds, they've never been this undervalued in human history. So, I mean, when I saw silver at fucking $40 Canadian for physical, because I mean, I don't care what the market price is. It's whatever the physical price at the store is the real price. When I saw that, I was like, shit. I just start buying oil. I mean, I bought and for anybody watching, check out a YouTube channel called Finding Value Finance. This guy's he's fucking amazing. A lot of the companies I'm in, he was also in, and then I just jumped in basically anything I could afford that he was also in. And one of the companies he recommended to buy was SM Energy, and he was recommending it at like $1.50. That thing's at $43 right now. I got in low too, not at $1.50, but I've done quite well. I turned $1,000 into over 10 grand off that one account, and I'm still not selling because you can see the shortages that are happening around the world. Like eh, right now they're releasing SPR into the market, and they'll say, well, oil's at a relative price to how much is available for industry because they're right at their normal levels and where the price would be. But what you're not accounting for is you're taking your savings account, throwing the money in your checkings account in order to keep your checkings account at $100 while your savings account is just continually depleting. What happens when that's gone? What happens when you stop releasing it? Well, this is going to drop. So what's going to happen to oil? It's going to continue to go. And right now we're using something like as much as we were using in 2019 before the shutdown, and China's got like 30 million people on lockdown. What do you think is going to happen to oil when China opens back up? And then and the sanctions on Russia didn't help the situation. And then also Russian oil production goes down in the winter because they just can't. It's winter in Russia. You can't produce the oil the same. And now there's a war in Ukraine. And now Europe's not going to use Russian natural gas. And now natural gas gone through the roof in Europe, but it's not that expensive here. What the hell do you think's going to happen when the LNG terminal in the States is back up full and running and they start shipping liquid natural gas to Europe? I mean, just go look at the charts. Coal's done like 4,000%. Coal. How did coal do 4,000% in the last 2 years? Because there's no energy. We're short energy. And everything you see here, this jacket, that hat, this roadway, these boots, this microphone, everything we're doing, even just like the work you put into your truck is food energy that was then derived from fossil fuel energy. Everything is fossil fuel energy. And without that, if you're short that, then your GDP is short. Because everything is, the only reason we live the lives we live is because we continually find cheap, reliable energy. Without cheap, reliable energy, shit goes to a handbasket. Things are going to go through the roof. Look at the producer price index. Skyrocket. Everybody says the prices are expensive right now. Look at the CPI. It hasn't moved nearly the price of the producer price index. The producers are actually losing more money off the average product now than they were in 2019 because the cost of their goods has gone through the roof where their prices, and I can attest to this. So my wholesaler, Desco Plumbing and Heating, they just told me that they got I think it's either this week or Monday, there's an increase on all of their material. Everything's going up from their suppliers have said everything's going up. And the girl there, she's like, one of the items is going up, or sorry, some of the items, I don't know how many, some of the items are going up 40%. So just like, oh, we got to raise our prices, inflation, 40%. So why is that? Because you're short energy. And then what are we doing? We're doing EVs and wind and solar, which is just a use of massive amount of energy. An EV car uses 6 times the amount of raw materials as a gas car. Well, you gotta get those raw materials. I mean, you're not using.
My question comes about switching over to electric. Most of our tax revenue is generated at the pumps.
Yeah.
So if we're going to cut, how are we going to make up this tax revenue that we're going to lose by selling gasoline to gasoline cars?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. That's one thing the government's good at is
they're
figuring
gonna-
out a new way to get more tax.
They're going to tax you on electricity.
Just 2 days ago, my mom went to the grocery store. She wanted a Caesar salad. Paid $9 for romaine.
Oh, just for the lettuce.
Romaine lettuce.
Wow.
She paid $9 for romaine lettuce.
Wow. That's crazy. But I mean, I saw all this coming. So to me right now, what I did was I took that finding value guy. I took his approach and just ratioed commodities. First, you ratio all the sectors against each other to find the most undervalued sector. Because at the end of the day, the whole point to investing is taking the purchasing powers of one asset and increasing them over another asset. So as an example, had you bought palladium, this is all American, had you bought...
Sorry to interrupt. I'm actually going to head home.
Yeah.
So, once again, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Second goodbye.
Well, I am second class.
Well, not only that, you're providing good content.
So yeah, I mean...
See you next time, Chris. Take care. Yeah, our paths will meet. See you in February for sure.
Is that actually going to happen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
I can't wait.
Definitely. Like, I'm going to show up Thursday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
Because come Friday, you're not getting in with a vehicle.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go Wednesday, Thursday. I'm going to get a room, and I'm going to wait and see who comes. No, I definitely think that there's going to be a 2.0 just and it's planned just like you said, with a start and a finish.
Yeah.
So there's no plan to be staying past Sunday. So Monday the guys can get back to work again. So Trudeau shouldn't be tripping, but they're already, I heard, starting to make their plan on how to receive everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's going to be no hands down. I think everyone's going.
Fuck yes. Dude, that was the greatest experience of my life.
Oh, it was mine as well. For some of it was mine as well. D-Day was pretty emotional for me.
I wasn't there for that. Yeah.
To watch, like, it happened at the Ambassador Bridge to watch like my fellow humans getting their ass kicked.
Yeah.
Even the innocent ones that had nothing to do with the protest were getting entangled into it.
Well, it's the same like the G20 situation.
So watching it happen, you know, on D-Day there in Ottawa as well, like that was emotional, man.
Yeah, no,
Like that actually left emotional scars. Like even when I watch some of the footage now of what happened on that day, like it still touches you. Like I'll never forget that. You know, being there watching it, like when Grandma got hit by the horse.
Yeah, I was watching
I
that
should
live.
almost be a song. Well, I was there. I was behind her.
Oh, were you?
I was
Yeah,
like-
because
I was-
war campaign was she was right here, and war campaign was like right there.
And I was just to the right of that. And my only problem, like at that point in time, I wasn't doing live streams because I didn't even have enough viewers to do a live stream.
Yeah, you need like 1,000 or something.
And my camera kept freezing on me too because you know I wasn't prepared. I didn't know how to do any of this, so my phone just kept freezing on me. I tried to warm up my glove, but yeah, man. So to watch all that go down, to watch the tear gas get shot off, to watch that reporter get shot in the leg.
Oh, from Rebel.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was definitely.
Yeah, so I watched it, and it was definitely heartbreaking at the time, but I didn't experience it, so it's not like a memory. You know what I mean? It's just it's definitely heartbreaking at the time watching, but for me, the memory was like was being there. Like that's all I remember. I just remember walking up and down this. Man, you saw a pretty girl, you just yell out freedom, hugs, and kisses, dude. It's just freedom, hugs, and kisses. It was awesome. It was like I've never experienced an atmosphere like that in a room, let alone in an entire city. You know what I mean? It was just crazy. It was crazy.
And the most part is never experienced that with complete strangers.
Dude,
you know,
the hugs, the amount of hugs you got.
The amount of camaraderie between me and a stranger, or someone I don't even know, that all of a sudden I felt safe.
Yep.
Being around these people because I knew they had my back.
Exactly. So there's like a lot of divide in my family over that. I basically told my dad to, go fuck himself at one point. We're on good terms. I mean, I probably talk to my dad 5 times a week, right? But we definitely had some, because he was just following the media garbage the whole time. And so then I said, well, then why don't one of you guys come up here? Anybody who has an opinion on Ottawa who wasn't there doesn't have their own opinion. They have the opinion from what they were told. Even the people who agree with what was happening up there. You don't have your own opinion. You have the opinion of us who went there. I mean, I wasn't a guy who was there for weeks at a time. I visited. I came as often as I could, but I visited, right? So my mom ended up coming, and she didn't want to go, but
wow.
She didn't want to go, but she was basically like, her mom came with her to an abortion protest or something back in the day. So she was like, well, your grandmother came, so I'll do the same. I'll go with you. So at the end of it, I said, did you and grandma have this much fun at your protest? And she said, no, not even close. We had paint thrown at us. Like the police had to come in and protect us. I was like, well, how would you describe this? She said, this is a gay pride festival. Just no indecent exposure, and the people aren't nearly as rude. And for context, my brother's gay. My mom's been to like 15 gay pride festivals. She's been going to them since my brother was 19, 20 years old. And he's 41 now. He's been to a lot of pride festivals. And she said it's what it was. She was like, it was a gay pride festival. It was no different than the atmosphere of love and acceptance and unity and one and you do you and I'll do me and we'll just, though we don't agree with each other in this, that, and that aspect, we can still be friends and love each other. Like that's what she came away with, right? So that's what I mean.
I liked when we were at the picnic in the lake there after one of the rallies for Constable Erin Howard. There was a senior lady, I think she was in her 60s definitely, maybe late 60s, and she left her mom in her 90s over on a park bench over there, and she came over and was talking with me and who was I talking to? A couple other people at the time, and she came over and said, hey, what are you guys out here for? And it was just nice to be able to talk to her, someone that only had the opinion of what Main Street propaganda TV gave her, and then she left with agreeing that she would try to watch some independent cameramen's opinions on different channels. And because when I said about YouTube, oh, that's evil evil thing, and evil, not evil.
It's live on, like, don't get me wrong, there's not just live on it, but you can find live unedited footage that, I mean, you just, live footage doesn't lie. Like, I mean, auto walks from that guy's got a whole playlist, and that's what I do to some people, because he made a specific playlist of just every video he made, and he was there from day one to the very last day, which is great. And it's like, here, watch this whole playlist. Just sit down, and instead of watching Law and Order, put this on for half an hour, and find what it is that you're talking about. Find one bit of footage. I mean, you will see footage where people are like, "Oh, I'm just gonna walk away from this. I don't want to catch that on the camera." But a lot of it was conversation. Yeah, a lot of it was conversation, or other, like, music that you get demonetized, or have your stream shut down, right? But it's not like people were disappearing from trying to show footage of anybody being harassed or assaulted or accosted. In fact, the vast majority of live streamers were trying to show that. Like, I don't know. To me, it was just.
So you didn't think that you don't think February is going to happen?
No, I'm just hoping it happens. It's not that I don't think. I just saw posts. You see posts. I mean, it happened, but is there 100 people there? Is there 400 trucks there? Right? There's two versions of what could happen, and I'm hoping it's the 5,000 trucks version.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know who or how many, if any, will even go. Like for next February. From the stream though, I've already talked to. There's about 10 people, and there's not a lot of people that have shout out. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going. One person was mentioning they're coming. They want to come down from the States. They want to come. They want to see if they can save up enough money for a flight. So and then I also read on propaganda news that they're getting ready for it. That the government's starting to make plans on how they're going to receive everybody.
Well, I mean, I just hope it happens, just because the amount, if they get, even if they just get enough trucks that took up Wellington area, right there in front of Parliament and all that, the number of people that I've talked to that sit there and are like, I just wish I was able to go. If it ever happens again, I'm going, right? Like, the number of people who never actually got to experience it that wanted to would definitely go and experience it, right? So I think it could be something quite amazing if it happens.
Yeah.
Safe drive, brother.
Nice meeting you. Take care of yourself. So that's the Tin Man hat.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So I didn't know who that was. He got here second year, I guess we'll call it, and he came up to me and he said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" I said, "Not much. No, what are you doing here?" He said, "Oh, I heard there's something for some constable thing going on." He's like, "So what's with the cameras?" I said, some constable thing. Because I didn't know who he was, right? It wasn't until someone on the stream there said, "Hey, there's a tinfoil hat guy. Go say hi." So, yeah. No, I hope like the the honest pessimist side of me says, guys, you can all go do your flag waves and your protests here and your protests there. It's not going to make a difference. No, we're on a path, okay, that are the parasite globalists are taking us down, and we are just two minions, like, that are not going to be making any difference to that. The only, okay, and this is the sad truth I've come to. Okay, so when we were in Alice Craig, and someone jumped on the mic and said, we got to overthrow the government using violence. Okay, I thought, oh man, you guys are insane. Oh, you guys are insane. You're just gonna get your asses whooped. You know, here you are on a mic talking to people in their 60s and 70s, telling them to overthrow the government. Like, you're all just gonna get hurt. But at the end of the day, to be honest with you now, I guess I've changed my opinion a bit because that is the only way that there's going to be a difference.
I agree to a certain extent, but the problem is you can't you're not at that spot yet. Where like there's just not enough people even on this side of the spectrum of showing up to this type of stuff. When there's 3,000 people here for a situation like this, that's when you can overthrow.
And that's what I said. You know what? This guy was saying all you need is 15, 20,000. Okay?
See it, man.
She's right there. Daisy, come. Come on. Here she comes. All you need is 15, 20,000. And you need way more. I said, I tell you what, when you get a million, you'll have 1,000,001. I'll be there with you. But with 15, 20,000, I said I might have my camera there just to watch you get your ass kicked.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like 15, 20,000 aren't coming up with fucking jets. Because that's in the end game. If you're talking about overthrowing a government with force, you're talking about going up against tanks and jets. What, 20,000 people?
You know, obviously we shouldn't be talking about this live on YouTube, but because we're just talking crazy talk. It's not something we'd actually do.
No, but this is still speculation garbage from weird people.
But in reality, okay, let's look at it in a different context. In 1791, the people rose up against the government because the government was doing overreach and was trying to control the people. So the people went and took the major fort and occupied it and did it with violence and made the government reevaluate how they're going to be a government. And there was and you know how I learned this was when I was in Ottawa where they did that light show up on the thing. That's where I got this education from. And then even Kristen Freeland was saying she was in Africa, and Africa was saying, why should we, listen to Canada and U.S. when Russia's offering us this, that, and the other? And Chris is saying, you know what? If you guys want your freedom, you got to step up and take it. I'm like, should you be saying this stuff? Like, but anyways. So when last time I was in Ottawa, and I was at the Parliament building, and they were all having their big Senate meeting in there, and you had everybody there. There was Mr. Singh walking past me, and Trudeau wasn't there; he was off somewhere else, in a different country, I think. But I looked at the amount of security, just with just curious, looking at it, and I thought to myself, in reality, yeah, if you had 15,000 people that were willing to die.
Oh, sure.
Because you got to be willing to die.
100%. But again.
And then you looked at the 50 cops with
so
9 bullets each.
You take over Parliament. Yeah, you got the Parliament building. Unless the entire country decides to stand in front of that Parliament building, you just drop one bomb on it. The whole revolution's over.
Nobody's dropping a bomb on the Prime Minister
you're holding them hostage?
Oh no! What are you talking about, man? We're putting the mic over here now.
I get that. No, I
All
get
I'm saying is the government needs to revamp and have a government for the people. And then you need people to be behind you.
You need 20,000 people standing in front of the building. But you also need to guarantee that not a single civilian is willing to join. That's the problem. All of a sudden, you've got 20,000 civilians outside, 5,000 inside, trying to create a government. There's 900,000 people voting on it. They all decide to show up. So that's where you say, once you got 1,000,000 people, now got 1,000,002. Right? Yeah. So, and that becomes a problem. But how do you get the 1,000,000 people if there's not 20? If there's not 20,000, if there's not 100,000?
And that's where
how you talk for hours after this. I haven't saw them talk.
No, I've seen some good numbers at some rallies, but I've never like Ottawa was different. Obviously, you go to Ottawa on a Friday night at 10:30. You have a lot of fucking people there. Um, during the convoy.
Oh, during the conference.
Yeah, like you get there on a Saturday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was hundreds of thousands of people. That was a lot of fucking people. But the people, like, do I believe that there's millions of people who agree with this? 100%. Do I believe that there's millions of people who are willing to do what we do?
So we've got 28 million people, 26 million people in Canada that are
Yeah,
38. So 26 million out of them, how many of them stand up and step out of their normal day to go and fight against the government? I think the number drops.
well, that's what Nietzsche said. That's what Nietzsche said. He said that the only way to witness courage, time, literally. The last World War was it. That was the last serious, courageous group of people in the world, and you just don't see that anymore. And at the end of the day, I mean, when you go outside, you know you're coming home, right? When you go outside in the 30s, depending on where you lived, obviously. I mean, you had to deal with the elements alone. So I mean, it gave you. I've been fighting Mother Nature for 20 years. You're telling me I'm concerned about fighting man? Hell no. Nobody's fighting Mother Nature anymore. The courage is gone. There is no courage left, and the death of courage has been happening basically since 1850.
Yeah, and unless people are dramatically affected. So soon as people are dramatically affected in one way or another personally, that's when they get their ass off the couch.
Well, look at the World War.
So just the convoy in February that was truckers, okay?
Mhm.
Truckers, they said, hey, you're not going to be trucking.
Yep.
A lot of these people just spent $250,000 on a truck.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's their livelihood. And now you're telling me because I won't take a jab that I can't drive my truck?
Yeah, exactly.
I hardly ever see a person interact with people and you're thinking I'm going to be part of the super spreaders. So then now all of a sudden you had some people that were affected personally, and then not only that, there was a lot of people that were affected personally that went up and supported them as well.
And
So people got off their ass. And my dad said Canadians are too. This is before that. I've talked to him a few times. Canadians, they're lazy. They'll never get off their ass and go out and do what. He was shocked. He was shocked.
there is no way without the convoy. There's that truck decorated. Dude, I used to show up to rallies, and my biggest complaint at rallies were, why the fuck are you guys flying that flag? Why are you flying a Canadian flag? This country doesn't even stand for what that flag is. This garbage, blah, blah, blah. And then truckers changed my mind. It's like, just because the men, the women, the individuals in charge of the country don't adhere to what that flag represents doesn't make that flag.
So why are you flying so many flags?
The number of times I've had someone.
And when I say so many flags, I should say, why are you flying so many Canadian flags, and what do you think it says, and what do you think it represents?
To me, it represents individual choice. The right to choose how you want to live your life.
But I'm meaning to others, like.
So
I guess my point is, like, I'm on the fence on this whole flag flying thing.
Right. So.
Okay, like to me, you know how easy I can portray that as you're proud of what's happening here in Canada.
100%, and that's kind of the way I originally looked at it until I saw the truckers. And when I saw the truckers, and their thing is like, that's because you're allowing them to dictate what this flag means. They don't dictate what this flag means. The men and women who have died dictate what that flag means. My grandfather, who was shot behind enemy lines, thank God he lived, made it home. He's what that flag means, not whatever laws or government chooses to implement at any given time. It's the men and women who've put their lives on the line, and not even just the men and women who've died, just even the person who gets up every Saturday and goes down to the local soup kitchen and feeds the local community members just out of their own time. That's what this flag means. So that's when I started to change my point of view and started thinking, okay, I kind of like the idea of the flag. And then, to be honest, it comes like you like a gang symbol. Like you feel like in high school again. This is my gang of freedom fighters, and this is we don't wear like bandanas and we fly our flags. And what is our gang about? Our gang is about allowing everybody to choose the life that's best for them. The reason why I fly the truck so ridiculously like that is because the people that come up to me and say, I thought I was alone until I saw your truck from 4 kilometers away. And I realized there's no way I can be alone if some guy's willing to be out there by himself with a 10 by 5 flag flying at the back of the middle of the truck.
Is that the size of that
Yeah,
flag?
it's a 5 by 10. And then there's the other two are 3 by 6. And then hood flag, 3 antenna flags, and 4 window flags.
Because like when I was in Ottawa, a journalist came to me, a big camera, came to me and said to me, "Hey, do you mind if I?" Because I went and chatted with him actually about cameras and stuff. And then he said to me, "Well, do you mind going on camera? I want to talk to you about what the flag means to you." Right? He said, "What it means to you before February, and what it means to you after February. Has it changed?" And my response was, basically for me, it was, Canadian flag. It's a sense of pride of, willing to fight for freedom. It really demonstrates one of the most freest countries in the planet. And then after, you know, D-Day, which for in Canada is what I consider, what was it, February 13th. Um, After D-Day, it changed, right? I don't have the same feeling of like I watched the Canadian government kick its citizens' ass.
Yeah, but
So for me, like for us to, I like what someone else said that flying. Someone else said to me, I think Canadian flags when we're flying them to show the movement, to show the gang, to be part of the freedom, they should have freedom written across them.
oh, I've
Like
thought about getting a custom flag.
something needs like and like when I see flag waves and I think to myself, what are all the Americans thinking when they go underneath our bridge and see all these flags?
Well, so like I watched a lot of the Netherlands convoy. You wouldn't believe the number of Canadian flags they were flying. Why were the Netherlands? Now, don't get me wrong, we freed them from poverty during World War II. Showed up bread, food for them, and beat the Nazis out of there. But the number of truckers that had Canadian or farmers that had Canadian flags in the Netherlands was pretty impressive. And why were they doing that? Because they know what that fucking country knows what that flag stands for, right? I mean, without Canada going into that country when they did, there's a good chance that many more people would have starved to death without Canada entering the country. So they know what our flag means better than what we know what our flag means. Because we don't teach our kids history anymore. We teach them to go put a fucking poppy on their fucking shoulder, and that's it. We don't tell them anything about what actually happened in the war. What started the war? Who was murdered? You'd ask any kid that. Who was murdered that started the wars? It's just we don't teach anything of. Watch the History Channel, for example. How much Nazi shows do you see on the History Channel from 1940 on? I mean, he came into power. Was it 1932, 1933? Where's the Nazi information from 1932, 1933? Well, that's not a good thing to show because then you would see what was the first thing that he did. Well, one of them was a public health emergency. That's what Hitler imposed. Well, what did he say? Well, Jews carry disease and spread pandemics. That's what he said, not my words. So what did he do? He barred them from sitting on specific park benches. What did the majority of people say? Well, that's okay. There's a park bench over there. He can go sit on that park bench. And then next they were barred from using public fountains, certain ones. Well, that's okay. You can go use that fountain over there. Then they could only shop between certain times of the day, so that the non-Jews could shop without being around the Jews. It's like that is the steps that were taken back then. Tell me the different steps that are taken now. I mean, it's the same goddamn steps. It's just over a different ideology. Instead of thinking that one religion can spread disease, we're arguing that one group of people who chose to not take a treatment that has shown to not stop transmission or infection due to the fact of multiple people who've had multiple shots have still tested positive for COVID. So it's not stopping transmission and infection. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if I have a harder time than you because you've got two protections and I've had no protection, wasn't that my choice? If it's raining outside and I choose to walk in the rain and you choose to use an umbrella, is it not my choice to walk in the rain? Why do I have to use an umbrella?
What I've always said on this is, here's a great narrative, and I try to say this to everybody that's vaxxed and has a negative opinion of something that's unvaxxed. If you're vaxxed, why do you care about my status? You're protected.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is the whole thing, right? Safe and effective.
Yeah.
So if you're
Yeah.
protected, why do you give the shit about my protection?
Yeah, exactly.
Status.
It doesn't make sense. And then the only other argument, which, and that's what I do in my head all the time, is you gotta always play both arguments. You gotta have two people. You gotta be in there all the time. Otherwise, you're just living a narrative. And so the argument is, well, you're going to be a detriment on the healthcare system. I said, sure, maybe. Maybe all of us unvaxxed are going to cause more people to need ICU beds. 100%. Where, okay, so what we're saying is because of my life choices, I'm going to put stress on a healthcare system. So then I would look to you and ask you, how many kilometers did you run today? What did you eat for breakfast? Have you drinking any alcohol this week? Where do we draw the line? Because at the end of the day, the majority of patients in hospital seeking medical treatment, not because they have a cancer or because they're old age, but simply because they haven't taken care of themselves. They don't eat good foods. They drink a bottle of Diet Coke every night for dinner. And then they wonder why they got diabetes and heart problems. And they're in and out of the hospital X, Y, and Z amount of, okay, well, that person's a detriment on the system. And at the end of the day, I mean, body mass index is far more of a detriment on healthcare than unvaccinated.
I was just looking at that study the other day.
Right. So, like, where do we draw the line at that aspect? So you can't.
No, if the government was concerned about if this was about safety for the people, then they would be banning cigarettes
100%.
because that's all over it, saying how bad that is.
Exactly.
Okay, and it's apparently proven.
Yep.
And then obesity is number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so and look at country. Here's a great example on this one, France. Okay, France. Look at how much fast food they have. Restaurants, hardly any. France educates their people against fast food. Yeah, go ahead. So, anyways, just to let you guys know, France is big on anti-fast food. I don't know if there's anybody still here with us, anyways, listening in. Oh, it looks like there is. You guys are having a nice little chat here, eh? Well, that's good. Thanks, Mr. Green, for keeping everybody entertained while Joe and I rant. Oh, just reading Maria saying we need a permit to protest now in Ottawa. Yeah, War Campaign's done a great job.
All right,
Well, everyone that's still watching, I'm going to head out now and take away your forum to chat with each other. I appreciate you watching the stream today and definitely looking forward to chatting with you again. Amy, thanks for the shout out and looking forward to chatting with you again soon. Yeah, Mike, I think Mike Freedom there. You're absolutely right. The infrastructure is going to shits. Well, everyone, thanks for watching. I'm going to head out, head back, find some food, calm the storm. Thanks for being in the chat room. Looking forward to chatting with you soon. Might go to Peterborough this weekend, so I might stream that, but we'll have to wait and see. It's a lot of gas and a lot of time. Everybody take care. Play safe. Stay out of trouble. Bye for now.